Welcome to the City Council Conference of Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023. Two items on the agenda. First item, discussion regarding Center City Form-Based Code amendments. Ms. Jay.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, thank you for this opportunity. This is pretty straightforward, so I'll go over these. We have two ordinances that will be coming to Council for consideration regarding the Center City Form-Based Code. It's currently scheduled for the June Planning Commission meeting, but I wanted to get in front of you before that appears on the June Planning Commission meeting so that you would have information of how this is proposed to be moving forward. As I said, there's two ordinances. One will be an ordinance revising a portion of the required build line only for an area along Boyd Street. And we'll go into that further. And then there's various text revisions that we'd like to incorporate in this update, and we can go over those as well. So part of the text language that we want to update, there's several areas that we have some duplicative language. We'd like to update the references. Recently the city recodified the municipal code, and so the references that are currently in the Center City Form-Based Code, for example, still reference chapter 22, which is the zoning ordinance, and now it's 36. So we want to get that cleaned up. In addition to that, there's some references to the engineering design criteria. We wanted to amend the certificate of compliance site plan requirements. We wanted to be very specific on what should be shown on the site plan that is submitted to DRT for review. And then again, as I stated, there's the amendment to the required build line for part of Boyd Street. As an example, in section 604 under special parking standards, it essentially just literally hiccuped, and we have a duplication under the off-site parking, tandem parking, so it's just a repeat of what's in 603 J and K. So we're just going to take that out. And there's absolutely no changes to that. Then there's, like I said, the recodification in February. We want to make sure that everything matches up in the chapters and everything. And the recommendation that we have is due to the general changes throughout the entire document. I went through and I counted, and there's approximately 20, and I'm sure there's probably a couple I missed, but there's 20 reference or sites that we need to change from like chapter 22 to 36 or something for EDC. So we've got several that we want to get updated in there. Again, here's the EDC information, and that will be in part 8, the site development requirements that Public Works Engineering is looking at for applications. For the certificate of compliance site plan, we wanted to really be specific on this and state that when an applicant brings in a site plan, because right now it just says, you bring in a site plan. But there's a lot of components that are within the Center City Form-Based Code. There's the required build line. Of course, there's easements, property lines, there's the parking setback line, and we wanted it to be specifically written out in the document that you are required to show those on your site plan that you're submitting and bringing to DRT for review, because without those, things are missed. Just bottom line. And then the amendment for the required build line on part of East Boyd Street. So you'll see on a map here the areas that we're talking about, but essentially there's a lot. I'll just go ahead and go to that so you'll see it. So the existing regulating plan map shows this area here west of Manette, so it'd be the northwest corner there of Manette and Boyd, and then you continue east to the railroad tracks with the urban general frontage there. Currently, the RBL, the required build line, is at 9 feet. What this proposal is to bring the required build line up to 3 feet. I didn't put it in the map or in this PowerPoint only because I didn't want it to get too deep and too confusing, but if you continue west from this site plan that's on here, as you get into the Campus Corner area, granted the Campus Corner area is not included in this Center City document right now, but the intent is at some point it will be. And so to keep this continuous line of development from the railroad tracks and as it goes through to the campus corner area, ideally you would have that straight line. This also creates more, bringing the buildings, closer to the sidewalk. It creates more of that pedestrian-friendly walk. And if even just reading in the document itself, it talks about the urban general area and how it's supposed to be a higher density, mixed uses and everything, and it really does create that walkability, that corridor as you're going down Boyd Street. So that would be the other proposal that we would be presenting to Planning Commission and then bringing to you in July.
Is that in that drawing where the HATCH marks are? Is that the red line that goes on the top? Would that be the new property line?
No, that's the parking setback line.
Okay.
And that doesn't change. That'll still be in the same location.
Yes, sir.
So the, just to clarify, the empty lot that's to the west, that build line is already in line with Campus Corner, and we're bringing up that block from Monette to the tracks in line with the rest of it.
Now, the block to the west is not currently, the block to the west currently has the same RBL, which is at 9 feet. And so again, this area directly west here that you see, that is not within the Center City Form-Based Code area. So this would be the last lot there before you get into the area that was excluded. And many of you will remember several years ago, this site right here was our first MUD, our mixed-use development district. And that design itself, at that time, long before the Center City ever came along, actually brought the building forward. So that idea was there, but no, this would be included in it,
So
in
that
this
lot,
request.
that lot would have a 3-foot, okay. And there would still be enough room for a wide sidewalk in front too, wider than what's there now.
Well, I say yes. I mean, I believe that there would be. I haven't looked at the right of way or anything, but.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Do you have a PowerPoint, Kathy? No. Okay.
Thank you, Jane.
Are you all good with that? We got to give her some guidance. You're all good with what's happening?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Burn it all
so
down.
efficient. We're so on board, we're speechless.
Well, you won't probably be speechless on this because I need some pretty specific feedback.
So this is item number 2, discussion on the Streeteries program?
Yes. So you'll remember, we tried this, calling it a temporary outdoor expansion permit in 2020 with COVID, trying to help businesses keep customers in a safe environment. And we didn't really have any takers. It was temporary. People were worried about the expense and going into that kind of setup on a temporary basis. So we tried again, I'm going to say early last year. We had our first streetery come forward with a revocable license. That was the meeting place. It was open or permitted from May 24th and through November 23rd. We came back to council on November 8th, asking if you wanted to continue the pilot program. You all said yes, let's do it another 6 months. It was very informal because we were using an existing revocable license process. So you do have some pilot programs where you've adopted incentives and things by resolution. This has just been a little more informal because we have an existing process we can use. But it's been 6 months to today, November 23rd to May. And so it's been a full year since it started. In the last 6 months, we've had the meeting places continued to have their outdoor patio. They did not come back and get a permit for it after it expired at the 6 month mark. And then of course they've closed. So we've heard that the replacement business, I think it's a noodle restaurant, is that right? They would like to continue using it, but they'll need to come back to council, and because this pilot program had expired, we wanted to talk to you all about it. I know you all have probably heard the feedback. It's somewhat mixed. People love it, people don't love it. So we definitely wanted to get your feedback before moving forward with bringing a revocable license to you all. So with that, I just,
Councilmember Holman?
I'm for keeping it or for continuing to allow it. But my only question about it is, so like that one was tagged with, I don't find to be real, like I like that sort of thing generally, but the particular tagging that was done on there, I don't
Yeah.
see that has any like real taste or purpose, I guess. And so, but it hasn't been like remedied, it's just stayed there, on there, and not been painted over, so my only somewhat concern is like an expectation of it being maintained in
Yeah.
a, like, public, I mean, you can tag it, just like do something worthwhile on it, I think, color it something, but, I mean, I personally just observed it many times during the day and the evening, and I feel like it's a much better use of space than 2 parking spaces or 3, but that's my own observation, so I don't have a business next to it.
I'm generally in favor, and to the point about the tagging and maintenance, I spoke to that property owner and they are interested in putting a mural on it. But I believe that process, they have to go through the Public Arts Board to make sure they're not violating sign code. Or that's where the conversation had left off.
yeah.
And then I was gonna ask, they're not the only ones, like somebody else has asked for.
I know a brewery has asked, and I think Opolis has asked. I have not had those conversations myself. I think Sarah
Yeah.
Kaplan's been talking to them, but we have not had anything get as far as a permit or an agreement yet.
So it's just very preliminary questions, watching to see what we do next before
so.
moving.
Yeah.
So that would put us up to 3-ish if we continue. That sounds exciting, actually.
I disagree with both. I think they're ugly. I think they take away parking spaces. I think they're a hazard to clean. If you're getting out there and having to sweep around the leaves and do things. I get a lot of complaints from the downtown business people, and I'd be curious to see how they think about it in general. If we're losing that many spaces, that we've gotten used to parking right in front of where we want to go. And I don't think we've broken that habit for people. The idea that they can park and walk somewhere is foreign to them. It's a different subject. But those streeteries are an irritant to them. Yes, ma'am.
Sean, hi. You're a part of this now. Okay, so Gray is going
2-way.
two-way when?
I think we are looking at October for a bid opening, so
Okay.
probably by the time we get it fully rebuilt and in 2-way traffic is probably summer or fall of '24.
Two-way Main Street.
Not a project that you all
Not a
have
project,
approved or
but
funded.
possible.
Sure. We've got a study that says it's possible, and we just gotta be careful
Mhm.
about some of the other impacts, like James Garner Avenue is
Right.
currently under construction. We think that could generate 15 or 17,000 cars a day. So imagine bringing all that new traffic to the intersection with Main Street. So there's just some cautions about that
Okay.
early on.
Yeah, because I hate Main Street being one way. I can't.
Understand?
Coming here we go all the way around to get here. Anyway, park where I want. So, I mean, we have streeteries and we go, I mean, I assume it would be 2-lane, 4-lane? What would Main Street be? What's Gray Street gonna be?
So Gray will be a 2-way road to traffic.
Okay.
1 lane both directions with a center left turn lane. Main would be the same, we think, at least that's the proposal. With the diagonal parking or whatever the parking spaces left on each one. In the case of Gray, we're able to do the back-end diagonal parking, in fact, adding parking to Gray.
Okay.
So I think Main would be the same. Yeah, you know, council put Main in that same bond issue originally and then pulled it out and left Gray in there, kind of on the basis that we were just really uneasy about Main until we get all the rest of these things built. So Gray was kind of the test case, I think, for you all. Let's get Gray done, let's get James Garner done, get them both in service, and then see if Main will still be a thing.
Okay, and then how would that, I mean, would it impact much, really? Is Streeteries doing that?
I don't think so. No, not really from a spatial standpoint. I think the diagonal parking has been an annoyance for people that have called into us, because when you do a streetery on a diagonal parking alignment, you take up, in that case, 4 spaces.
Yeah.
If it were parallel, or if it were, like in the case of the other one, Opolis, that's a much more applicable installation there. So the irritation we got from folks is, maybe they just took away four valuable spaces instead of maybe what they thought was. gonna
That's
be
my
two.
taxpayer money they're eating on.
Yeah, parking is
I heard
always
it
a
too.
sensitive subject.
Okay. All right. I was just curious if we were.
I don't really see an impact either way.
Okay. Thank you, Sean.
Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna ask, is the brewery on Main? Opolis is on Crawford, so it's a different street entirely, actually.
Yeah, the brewery's on Main. It's a different block from the meeting place.
East of Porter.
Yeah.
They never finished their application, but they started.
The ideal thing would make that whole deal a walkable area, and then we don't have any of these problems that come up, and it's a lot cheaper. Just about, that'll make you guys crazy. Making fun of you behind your back, so, anyway. Any other thoughts or comments?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think this was kind of originally, I was the one that threw this out there a couple years ago with the help of Councilmember Hall. We modeled this kind of after the city of Edmond, and when they did it, they actually had a ton of buy-in from property owners, and they ended up having, 6 or 7 of these on each block.
That would make sense.
And so exactly, it got to kind of a critical mass to where it's like, we've got one, it feels off, but when you get several that are playing off each other, it feels like a system, like it's something that's working. So I would be in favor of continuing it, but I'd love to see a way where we could maybe get to that kind of critical mass, or identify blocks that we would allow more than one on, or maybe it's side streets or something. I'm not sure yet exactly what the equation looks like, but I'm not willing to kill this necessarily. I think a little more discussion would be maybe had on this.
Well, it's those K-rails that look bad to me.
They do.
It looks like a military barrier.
They do.
They don't do that in all the other places.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
They
wood
do.
slats, real deck light.
I think the one factor is that we have a one-way street that's 3 lanes and the traffic moves very fast
Yeah.
and carelessly.
Yeah.
So like in Edmond, their Main Street Broadway is 4 lanes, 2 in each direction. It doesn't have a center lane, but it's slow. It's like Campus Corner. It's narrow and tight. And so I think, and same thing in Boulder when I was there, they've got slower moving 2-way streets. And so that maybe is a factor, is that Main Street is higher traffic, but I agree. Those do take away from the aesthetic in the purpose of safety.
So-
But, yeah.
And it was just, so Sean, dig into your engineering prowess. If there were, and I'm thinking of maybe like resin kind of material, giant pots that were full of dirt and had a plant sticking out of them, and you had 4 or 5 of those, do you think that would slow down a car enough?
We've debated this a lot. I think Edmond is using these same New Jersey barriers, and I don't know if they originally were, but
gonna go
Carr
up there and
hit
see.
one of these streeteries, and they went to the New Jersey barrier after that, so.
Oh, yeah.
From
Yeah,
a
I
traffic
had a video
engineering
and all that
perspective, we're gonna be
presentations.
Yeah, I'm just
the
saying.
conservatives that we always are. We just shudder at the idea of a vehicle hitting one of these, and a pod's not gonna stop that car. A New Jersey barrier will. There are some other barrier types of designs that are out there in the market that will, but there are very few that are certified, authorized to stop a vehicle from hurting somebody. And that's been our concern, I think, in every city that you look at. I know there's other cities that have experimented with different devices.
Yeah, I forgot about the Edmond crash. Yeah,
Scary.
that was a few months ago.
That
I
was the
guess.
first one in Oklahoma that we had a crash like the first or second week.
So my suggestion to that, when we originally talked about this idea, was you bury a K-rail barrier inside of a wood framed planter. You basically build a planter on the outside of it, so you don't see the K-rail, but it's the guts to the inside of the planter. So it'll stop traffic, but it'll look nice. And if somebody tags one of those, you can just paint over it or
Even if they were
sandblast
like
it.
painted the same color as the wood, that would help.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I was gonna ask, because the one restaurant that's coming in that's new, and I believe that business owner had already picked out a muralist for the barrack. I guess it would be like, how hard would it be to moving forward if people wanted to get these streeteries and they were like, we don't particularly love the blank concrete look, we'd like to do something to it. Could we make it easier for them to paint? Like, I know the sign code has to do with like your business name and maybe an action that shows what your business is doing. So if it's a noodle place, if somebody's slurping noodles, that might be in violation of the sign code.
Right. So
So-
my understanding is what they've been doing is working with the Arts Council to come up with some kind of mural. I don't know, I haven't seen it yet. I don't know that it's got anything to do with their business. Murals are signs under our sign code, but I don't know that we typically permit them. I know the sign on Dr. Bird's building, I don't think we issued a sign permit for that. So it is a little weird part of our definition in our sign code that we're working on updating.
And are the barricades theirs or ours?
They're ours.
They're city owned.
So they're
We place
renting
them.
them?
Yeah, I mean, we went out and placed them. I don't, the permit fee is relatively small. So I think it was
$300 a year.
$300 for 6 months. So,
Covers the guys in the
That's-
truck
But you're-
and
yeah, maybe
Yeah,
covers the
barricades.
But you're
personnel.
right, all they'd have to do is have a little stucco wall out there that gives them a good enough wall for something, a design, more than a mural, I was saying. And that would help. We still got the argument about losing spaces and all the rest of that. But I don't know that we're gonna win that argument. You can have,
But we own, that's not
It's not
the
their
businesses, it's
Right,
not their
I agree.
property, right? So like, it is public
property.
And
property.
it is generating tax from the person who bought the noodles. It's eating them in the streetery because, that is the parking space itself. There's no way to know. Somebody going into one of these offices is forking over money. That's going to be sales tax for
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it's part of the continued conversation around like to parking meter or not to parking meter, right?
Just
Like
about to say this.
we had businesses push back in downtown about, charging for that parking, but, we still have to maintain it as a city. We need to make sure that it's available. And I mean, how many times have, as Councilmember Peacock put up the map of street or surface lot parking in the downtown area? Like there are enough spaces for people to find. They may have to walk around the corner. But like this is a
Don't do that to
continued
them.
conversation that we just keep talking about. I mean, we're hearing it in the visioning process. We're hearing it when we're talking about strong towns, about walkability and connectivity and community. And I think it's all wrapped up in just continuing to have that discussion with our residents about it. So like personally, I feel like that argument to me is like I understand where the businesses are coming from because they think in some ways they are entitled to the parking that is in front of their building, but they are not under this structure. Like they do not pay for it.
Right.
There are no minimum parking standards.
So I think there's a lot of discussion to be had about what's happening, but I'm kind of with the others that don't want to see it die, and I think that there are ways for us to make it more attractive and kind of a better.
I was going to ask for the people that keep it to the sidewalk, they still have to rent that sidewalk space from us
$25 a year.
if they have
That's
the
a
sidewalk in
bargain.
front of them.
That is a
That's a
bargain.
bargain.
We're missing an opportunity.
They do have to have enough space. I mean, there are requirements, spacing requirements so that they have enough ADA accessibility, and Public Works goes out and measures to see, I mean, like on Campus Corner, they don't have enough space to do that unless they're on the corner like Starbucks or some of those places or Louis. So you have to be able to maintain enough distance to meet ADA. So it's usually a lot of the corner
Where you have that room.
places. Yeah.
So Strudy would almost kind of give some of the places not on corners some added room that I mean, you can't pick when people are already renting and you're stuck with like the spaces that are available. But yeah, okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
When we first talked about this idea, I put together a map that showed kind of like where the most ideal locations for these would be, mapped out high parking entities like restaurants and then low parking like offices, and really just drew where the most appropriate place would be. Obviously, I think, it's been 3 years since we put that map together, but I think that would be a good first step into kind of identifying where these could go, where they probably shouldn't go. And then maybe that helps us talk with the business owners, property owners down there to really say, is this an idea that you are on board with? I mean, can we do something to get you on board with it? So I'll dust off that map and see if I can.
Please,
get it
is there one in
revised.
front of the Opolis? That'll be
I actually
nice.
just think I did Main Street. I don't think I did the side streets.
Okay.
If I remember right.
Those side streets are narrow.
They are.
Are they?
But I've got a project on,
Better.
They have parallel parking, so
yeah.
it's easier to do.
Parallel space, you've got more width on the street, less traffic.
Well, this is like the perfect
You know, and this is another one of those subject matters where you think, gee, sure wish we had a business improvement district. These would be great issues to throw on the table and, you know, chew them up. And how do you keep the
How many times have we
graffiti
said
off?
that
And,
since that vote, or since that whole thing?
and
So many.
we can follow up with council. And I think, you know, a picture is worth 1,000 words in that respect. And our ability to ask Mrs. Verska to share, hey, just if you're thinking about, you know, downtown opportunities and how, you know, we might improve downtown, just here's some concepts you might wish to consider if you're doing business in the Main Street area. I'm under the impression that the downtowners is kind of in a rebuilding mode right now. And I know Mr. O'Leary and Mrs. Kaplan have been going for a long, long time, and they're seeing those numbers kind of diminish. And I know there's an effort to get those numbers back up. And, you know, these are topics we can put on the agenda and hopefully stimulate interest to get those business owners and property owners back to the table and talk about positive things going on in Norman.
Because, I mean, they should see this as an asset, as something that's a benefit to them. It's increased square footage.
Well, to me, it's a definition of what downtown is. This is kind of halfway off the subject. Downtown used to be Western Auto, Penny's, all the rest of those guys. That was where our main shopping was. It's not there now. So what is downtown? In my opinion, it's a restaurant and bar district, fun district, whatever you want to call it.
Entertainment.
Entertainment stuff. We had a discussion last week about finding a double-wide store down there to put music, live music in, and have that kind of like a Kane's Ballroom, but down here.
Absolutely.
And exactly, it sounds like a lot of fun, and wouldn't that be great on?
Yes.
But then we have to change the definition where a lot of attorney firms have moved in downtown,
That's great, too.
and they want their stay, and they want their people to park in front of them. I don't know. When our shop was downtown, we didn't have a parking problem, but there are a lot more cars now.
Well, and you're describing what is kind of, in successful cities, is an 18-hour city where basically downtown doesn't turn off or turn on at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
You've got the professional crowd that patronizes the restaurants throughout the day, lunch crowd, and then, you know, when those people go home at night after 5, then you've kind of got the nighttime crowd that comes down there. And so you've got to design for two markets, for two audiences, and it's a challenge, but I mean, I think we're getting there. With this park once and walk places, I mean, getting a parking garage down there would be solving a ton of these issues, but.
Let's do that. Yes, sir.
I will just say, in all my years, I've never once had a difficult time finding a place to park downtown. So I haven't always been able to park right in front of the diner,
Oh,
but
no.
I have never been. Unlike Campus Corner, where I have like rounded the block several times before, I've never had to do that downtown. I may have had to park on Crawford, or I may have had to park on Peters or on Gray Street, but it's never been a challenge in my experience. And the city parking lot is usually open to it, especially at nighttime.
It's never deterred you from shopping in the
Not
downtown
ever
area?
once. I've never had to circle around Main Street being like, I couldn't find a spot, so I just left.
Gave up. Well,
So, but I mean, not everybody's got the same mobility as I have, or all that I understand. But yeah, I've always felt like there was ample parking if you're willing to walk a block or half a block.
We did redo
But I can
Main
usually
Street
can
for
usually
ADA
park right in front of the.
sidewalks.
That's the thing is I usually can park right in front of the building I'm going into.
But there are some things that couldn't be fixed. When the hospital had its clinic downtown, they wanted a ADA ramp. You can't get there from here. The elevation changed, just didn't allow it. You'd be up in their door by the time you got.
Around the middle of the street.
Yeah, that part of the block there's like 2 steps.
Yeah, there's just no geometry there. So some things don't work, and that's and that may be how downtown changes. That's just
Well, I've been down there during the day at that streetery, and and just to observe and seen, I've seen it in the middle of the week, middle of the day, where there's both the parking spots on both sides of it were empty. It's like, there's, I don't know.
And you go down first thing in the morning, if you're talking about the diner or syrup or something like that, and you could park sideways in there, nobody'd care. So, anyway,
So,
we're off target. Anything else?
I don't think so. I'm hearing consensus to continue the program. Let's keep refining it maybe as we get more applications. We know we have a couple more coming, plus a replacement for the meeting place, and maybe revisit in 6 months.
I think what Councilmember Holman said about putting the maintenance obligation on the owner, that's huge. If it gets tagged, they should be able to go out there with a can of white paint and roll it over it next day.
Yeah.
And
There's
even
probably a
though-
penalty if they,
Yeah, we can
Don't.
add
Does
that.
it say that? Or how was the agreement when they got the barriers? Were they aware that they could do
We
whatever?
gave them permission when we installed those. We told them if they wanted to paint them, but we were totally good with that. In fact, we encouraged them to.
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of them have other markings, because we got those from ODOT. But some of them had markings from different contractors or whatever, and we said, we encourage you to paint them. But we did request they did it with the color that would be visible, so it wasn't something that, something that would be light colored, that'd be easy to see, especially at night. But we encouraged them actually to be painted so that they did fit in better with the downtown area.
So in the pictures, and I think it makes sense to help spark the idea about what this could look like, and even, some conceptual or pictures of actual where they've got wood on the outside of that concrete barrier, and all you see is this wood porch patio look, but you got all the safety underneath.
Yeah. To that point, was another idea I threw out when we originally talked about this. Would take some expense on the city's part, but if we were able to put together like a kit of parts, basically here's your pre-assembled kit, business owner, take it and you go build your thing. That way we had some consistency with how these things looked, whether that's a series of brackets or, we say, okay, here's your paint color, or here's your material, your frontage material, here's your string lights, here's all the things that come with this streetery. We give it to you as a package, and then we're not worried about, well, this guy did it this way, this guy did it another way, and there's no consistency there.
I like
Again,
uniqueness, but that's all right.
This was, it was to address the consistency issue, but also what you said earlier about how businesses were afraid to take the leap because they didn't want to do the expense themselves. So if we were able to kind of help them get their foot off the ground, get the ball off the ground.
Part of what's really cool about Edmund's program is they have identified a number of authorized barriers and different materials that can be used. And so, when in their program, which has become a permanent program, you can pick that publication up and you know exactly what you can use without having to go through an extra step to get permission. And that gives the city assurance too that what's being used is safe.
Yeah. So maybe instead of the city
So-
footing the bill, we just put together a design guide.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Because we
it's really
love to
helpful.
plagiarize great ideas.
Right.
So if we were to put our hands on that document, you guys could give it a review and make sure you're comfortable with the security issue of it. We will head down that path. I'll call Scott in the morning and ask him to email me that document.
One of the ones
I've got it
in
saved,
Edmonds.
Daryl.
Oh, awesome.
There you go.
Thank you.
Even
Flower,
faster.
got leaves
Yeah.
painted on it.
Yeah,
That's one of the ones.
that's
in
very
Edmonds.
cool.
And a couple of them have just flowers or whatever. So.
And I will say that the business owners pushed back on this idea in Edmond pretty heavily at the beginning. They've all come back and said, "Don't ever take this away from us. We don't want our parking back. We want the streeteries forever." Because they see the extra revenue and the increased sales tax collections. And it's
Placemaking, you
it,
made a
it is
place.
placemaking. It really is. So, okay, I'll beat that horse enough.
Anything else? Well, I guess we are adjourned until we meet again.
Time for garlic nuts and
And
cookies.
like
Ready? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority meeting of May 23rd, 2023. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Vol,
Here.
Councilmember Schuler,
Here.
Councilmember Grant,
Here.
Councilmember Tortorello,
Here.
Councilmember Foreman,
Here because I won my reelection.
Councilmember Holman,
Here.
Councilmember Peacock,
Here.
Mayor Hykela.
I am here. Thank you, ma'am. Would you join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Items 1 through 3 have been pulled, and my apologies to Ms. Montoya for that. We're starting with item number 4, the approval of minutes. Item number 4, consideration of approval of the City Council special meeting minutes of March 14th, 2023, and the City Council Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority minutes of March 14th, 2023. Need a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the minutes passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 5, recognition of the 22-23 Norman Youth Council.
Mayor and council members, this is always one of my favorite things to do every year is to introduce the youth council that we had this year. As you know, we do this every year and get students from, high school students from the Norman area. They're appointed to serve their term from September through May. They meet once a month hourly, and they go to different departments and learn about their local city government, and gives them a chance to ask questions and meet people in city government. They tour the facilities, have an opportunity to talk to staff, and just learn about everyday operations of what happens in the city of Norman. We had 17 students this year, 11 sophomores, 3 juniors, and 3 seniors, 10 from Norman High and 7 from Norman North. So I'm really pleased tonight to introduce each of them to you. Right now, we have a little PowerPoint presentation. And I'm always looking at Bryce because I do this wrong every time. And I've asked a few of the students to come up and just tell a little bit about what they did at each department or at each meeting. Here's a list of all the students that attended this year. They're all very busy kids, very busy students. I do not know how they keep up with their grades and all the activities they do. And they're just a pleasure to be around. Like I say, we've met, we went to, the mayor is the first meeting. He meets the kids and lets them know a little bit about our government. Then we go to the water treatment plant, the fire station, the court, animal welfare, and the last one we had a meeting and some good questions about the homelessness in Norman and our unhoused citizens. So I'm going to ask a couple of the students come up. They didn't know until tonight that they were going to be asked. So I just kind of said, come on, you're going to get to do it. And for the orientation, Cecily Covey is going to, just come on up. And I'll click through the pictures. But throughout the time, Deidre, our legal assistants in the legal department, who honestly we could not run the place without, and I know I could not do youth council without her. She takes all the pictures and puts this together for me. Makes me look good. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Cecily Covey. I'm a current sophomore at Norman North High School. After graduation, I plan to pursue a career in dermatology. Our first meeting, we met with the mayor and the assistant attorney for orientation and to learn how the city of Norman operates, and to learn all the rules of the city council. We learned that the City Council passes laws, adopts the budget, and sets policy. The city has a 9-member council, the mayor, and 8 councilors. The mayor is elected by the community and serves a 3-year term, and the council members are elected by the citizens in their wards and serve 2-year terms. Also, the city manager is appointed by the city council and directs day-to-day activities.
Thank you. Who did I have for Cameron? Weren't you coming for water treatment? Okay. The kids love the water treatment plant, and I hadn't been out there since all the renovations. It was lovely, and it was a beautiful day when we were out there.
My name is Cameron Donald. I'm a sophomore at Norman High School, and I plan to pursue a major in entrepreneurship after I graduate. So in October, we toured the water treatment plant with manager Jerry Wilborn in October, and we learned about the plant and how it was staffed 24 hours a day and monitors water quality and quantity through distribution system pressures. The plant can filter up to 17 million gallons of water a day, and Norman has 3 sources of drinking water: groundwater wells, treated water from Lake Thunderbird, and water purchased from Oklahoma City.
Thank you. All right, Joshua, I'll try to hold him down a little bit. He's a fun kid. You didn't bring your little piece of paper up. You're just going to ad-lib this, aren't you? Okay.
Sorry, I usually don't sound like a smoker, but allergy season is back. Okay.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Thanks.
Okay, introduce yourself.
Hi,
What school do you go to?
my name is Joshua Chang, and I go to Norman High. And after high school, I plan on majoring in structural engineering.
Okay.
So in December, we were able to tour the Norman City Fire Station out by Alameda. It was really cool to see the green architecture of the building and the environmental sustainability that it focused on. It gave me a great respect for all of the firefighters and just the service that they do to our communities. We got to see where firefighters eat and sleep and work. And it was really cool to just learn. Oh, I also got to try on a fireman suit. That was really fun. It was very heavy, and it gave me like a great appreciation of just the service that they put into and kind of the work that firefighters have to do to serve our communities. We got to learn about the various technologies that they employ to fight fires and the various acts of service that they do. In addition to fighting fires, they also respond to a lot of medical calls and just like various needs. So it was really cool to get to see the fire station, learn about the technology, get to know some firefighters, and to just appreciate the service that they do for our community.
Didn't you race the fireman?
I did.
And
I
getting
raced
on
the
the
fireman to
equipment?
try to put on the fireman suit.
In a minute.
He was very fast. He just like got there and did it in like 30 seconds. I was like a minute behind, but yeah.
He did good, though.
Yeah.
We've never put in all that gear, but that
It
was
was
a
a good
fun
time.
day. And there's our
Yes.
whole group.
Yeah.
That's another one everybody enjoys.
It was
Okay,
really cool.
who did I choose from municipal court?
Hi, I'm Matthew Hutchison. I'm a sophomore at Norman North High School, and after graduation, I plan to go to college, but I haven't really figured out exactly what I want to do yet. So in January, Judge Drew Nichols and Jane Snyder presented the Norman City Municipal Court process. We also observed Judge Nichols conduct video arrangements with prisoners at the jail. We learned that Norman has 2 judges, and they're appointed by the mayor and city council, and they also serve 2 years. Also, the court processes criminal charges like violations to city ordinances and misdemeanor charges for traffic violations.
And I just asked him like 3 minutes ago to do this, literally. Thank you. And so there we are. We all are very, 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 very excited because next year we will be in a brand-new municipal court building. So I'm really looking forward to that. Okay, this is also another fan favorite, is the Animal Welfare Center.
Hello, my name is Zoe Davenport. I am a sophomore at Norman High School, and after graduation, I plan to attend college. I don't know what I'll major in, but I would like to go to law school after college. In February, we toured animal welfare with Trey Amron, the animal welfare officer supervisor. We learned about how the shelter was built in 2016 and provides 3 times more space than it did before. The center can house up to 92 dogs and 68 cats. Also, its veterinary clinic treats around 2,000 animals adopted a year. Animals can be fostered or adopted. The center spay and neuter all animals and provide all vaccinations and a pet license of an adoptions fee of $50. Several of us were able to hold a rabbit before leaving the center, and it was pretty awesome.
They loved the bunny out there that day. It was really cute and had little bitty ears for a bunny. There's some more. There's always a lot of great pictures out there. And this was our last one, Harmony. Anthony Purinton in the legal department, as you all know, has been very involved in all the homeless shelter, the warming shelter we have here and everything else. So I talked him into giving a presentation to the students on this. And Harmony had lots of good questions.
My name is Harmony Hill. I'm a senior at Norman High, and after I graduate, I'll be attending Mid-America Christian University, majoring in business and minoring in music ministry. So our final meeting, we met with City Attorney Anthony Purinton to learn about Norman's homelessness population and the resources available through partnering agencies for mental health, meals, transportation, and shelter. This was my personal favorite, just because homelessness has always been something I'm really passionate about, and hearing the facts of what Norman is doing to help was just super encouraging. We were surprised to learn that only about 200 out of the 130,000 people that live in Norman are unhoused. The current temporary shelter is owned by the city and staffed by the Food and Shelter. Even with the churches and the Salvation Army also providing shelter, there is not enough beds for the unhoused. The city is also working towards finding affordable housing to help those that are living at or below the poverty rate.
Thank you, Harmony. All right, well, if I can have the mayor come down, we're going to present the students with certificates and a little pen. Your help. All you gotta do is shake hands. And Bryce is gonna take pictures. The first student is Cecily Covey. I said that wrong.
Have to hold for the pose.
You got one. That's right. Right here. All right. Individual. Yes. And we'll send you all these here individual pictures. These will email or text. Jacqueline Connolly. Skip me, Joshua, where is yours? I'll find you in there somewhere. Here's your pen. Zoe Davenport. Cameron Donald. Okay. That's all right.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Okay.
Well, I have it in order. I got it out of order.
I guess we'll hear.
Taylor Salmon. Did I say that right, Taylor?
Yeah.
You're gonna miss all the excitement though.
It was, it's fun.
Okay, these guys will take care of us.
Yeah.
Very smart.
All right. All right, back to business. Next item on the agenda is council announcements, and we will start with Ward 8.
I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm sure you guys have heard that we are having a water rate election on June 13th. What was that? A couple of council members I know had a town hall last night that I hear was pretty successful, but Councilmember Schuler and myself will be having one on Monday, June 5th, from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Whittier Middle School, 2000 West Brooks. So if you have any questions about the water rate increase, please come join us. We'll have a couple staff members there to help us kind of work through the questions and get you guys educated on the issue. Also, beginning on Thursday, 5/27, Westwood Family Aquatic Center will kick off the summer season, beginning daily public hours from 1 to 6 and hosting twilight swim hours from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. So I encourage you all to go out and check out that incredible facility, and season ticket passes are available on normanparks.com. So that's all I have tonight.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember?
Thank you. Just want to give a shout out to the Jacobson House Native American Art Center. Had their grand reopening this Saturday. It used to be in Ward 7, but it's now in Ward 4 after the ward boundary changes last fall. They underwent a significant renovation to repair some of the structural parts of the building to make sure it can stay in use, thanks to a generous contribution from the university. So they had a wonderful reopening on this past Saturday, and I would encourage everybody to definitely stop by and check it out when you get a chance over at the Jacobson House. Also wanted to recognize the return of the Mayfair. It looked like it was pretty successful, and was excited to see the return of another one of Norman's festivals in the City of Festivals. So that was very exciting, and also to be able to have just another event on Campus Corner like that, where we're able to close the street down and things like that. So that was very exciting, and I'm hopeful that they'll continue with Mayfair in the years to come. And then also want to encourage everybody to consider attending or watching the Community Planning and Transportation Committee meeting this Thursday at 4 p.m. here at City Hall. We meet every month on the fourth Thursday of the month, and we get the monthly report on the public transit ridership. We talk about current projects that are going on. We talk about and get updates on road construction projects, sidewalk projects, things of that nature. So if any of that is of interest to you or has an impact on your drive or your neighborhood, please feel free to attend that committee or watch us on the City of Norman YouTube channel. And please feel free to reach out to any of us if you have any questions or comments, suggestions regarding public transit or streets and things like that. So encourage everybody to attend that meeting if you can. And then also would encourage everybody on June 13th will be the final adoption of our City of Norman budget, which is a nearly $300 million budget. And I got the book with me until we vote on it, just so everybody has a visual idea of what the city's budget looks like. So This is available online for anybody that would like to read it, and I think you can get a printed copy of it as well if you really want one. But it outlines in detail how every single penny in the city of Norman is spent, a detailed breakdown of every single department and where the funds in those departments go. So if that is of interest to you, I would definitely encourage you, again, to reach out to any of us if you have any suggestions, amendments that you would propose that we consider, anything like that, before we vote on it on June 13th. And so mark that on your calendars and definitely try to attend if you can and participate in that process. And then also would encourage, just as my colleague did, we have a water rate election coming up also on June 13th. Water rates in Norman have not been increased since January of 2015. And the last time before that was in 2006. And the last time before that was in 1999. So since the year 2000, 23 years ago, there have been 2 water rate increases approved in Norman. So it's been a long time. We have a lot of existing needs just to keep our current system operating. And we had a very good meeting last night at the public library. I believe there is another meeting tomorrow night for Councilmembers Ball, and they'll probably have some comments about that. But and then we have another one on the 5th coming up. So I plan to attend those meetings and encourage all of you as well if you have any questions or comments or concerns about that vote. But above all else, be sure to get out and vote on June 13th. So I think that is all the comments I have for today. Thank you.
Councilmember?
I was going to say something.
So I'm a little cranky tonight, and I apologize. So I'm just going to try to focus on some happy things. Councilmember-elect Montoya, I'm very sorry for the last minute, this little thing and why we're not swearing you in tonight, but I'm very thankful that you won. You seem to have very high emotional intelligence, and I look forward to serving with you on my last year on council. Ellen Usry is retiring on Thursday, is her last day. She is our assistant, our deputy clerk, and so we're going to miss her terribly. Ellen, I don't know where you are, I don't see you, but my daughter wanted me to tell you that she's going to miss you and wants your typewriter. I don't think she can have it, but it doesn't hurt to ask. So there's that. And then my last comment will be for Councilmember Schuler, who is getting married this weekend. So congratulations to her. Yay!
Councilmember Tortorella?
You know what? If you want to fall asleep easy tonight, read the entire budget. It's dry reading, so. I'm not going to repeat that. All right. Water rate increase. We have that vote. You've heard the last 3 council members discuss that in June next month. And Ward 5, 93% of us are on well water, but those that are still interested in voting and wanting to learn more, tomorrow night at the Norman East Library, we're going to have a town hall. You can come listen. Austin Ball and I will be hosting that tomorrow night, and all these interesting questions will be answered, and that's it.
Councilman?
Yes, I want to congratulate our youth council graduates and also echo Councilmember Holman's comments about Jacobson House and Mayfair. It was great to see those come back. We also have applications available for the 2023 City of Norman Citizens Academy. You can go to the website to sign up for that. Think of it as a civic IQ lesson. Then I'll say it, the water rate vote, June 13th. Last night's presentation was pretty good. Most of the people were a yes when they walked in. There was one undecided who said he didn't really know which way he was going to lean, but with all the information presented was moving towards yes. If you cannot make those, you can try www.normanok.gov/waterislife and watch the same presentations that were presented last night and look at the different rates. And I will say, if you're somebody who falls into the low income, like Section 8 housing and whatnot, there is an income assisted form that you can fill out. You don't have to wait for a water rate to do it if you're already struggling. You can find that on our city's website. Tuesday, May 30th is the deadline for artist grants at the NAC are doing. Any artist who's been a resident of Norman for the past year is eligible to apply for one of 3 $1,000 grants to support their creative endeavors. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember?
You know, I always thought that I would like going the other direction, but I really don't. I feel like Councilmember Peacock looked over at my notes and said, I'm going to take every single one of the things that you had to said. So I understand how you feel now. So I'm just going to reiterate a couple of things that have already been said, but just since, you know, they're on my list. Just want to say another congratulations to our youth council. I think that's one of the most special programs that we do here at the city, and thanks to Jeannie Snyder for always kind of shepherding our students through that process and getting them more information about the city that they live in. So I think Councilmember Peacock, you said the date right, it's 5/27, but that's a Saturday because that is the day that I'm getting married. So I have that date marked in my head. So that is the date that Westwood is opening, is this Saturday. So come on down to Ward 2 and so again, they are open from 1 to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and then for Twilight Swim 6 to 8 p.m. Reiterating that on June 5th, Councilmember Peacock and I have a town hall at Whittier Rec Center starting at 6 p.m. So we're going to have city staff there to let us know more about the water rate vote that we have coming up on June 13th, so that people can ask questions and can kind of get more information directly from the source. And then finally, I wanted to highlight Norman Next is having Summerfest. They're having a pool party at Westwood. So that'll be Sunday, June 4th from 6:30 to 8:30. It is free to the public, and they'll have food trucks. Some breweries will be there, live DJ. So that's going to be a very good time. And then I just wanted to let the residents of Ward 2 know that as I'm getting married this weekend, I will kind of be out of pocket for a little bit of time. So if you need anything kind of immediate, please call the Action Center that the city has, that they can direct you to the right city staff members to address anything that you need. And then I'm going to throw the rest of council under the bus and say you can always contact the rest of council if you have anything that is kind of a pressing need. But I am going to take a little bit of time to myself over the next week. So thank you.
All right. Yes, Water Rate Town Hall meeting, East Side Library, 6 to 8 p.m. tomorrow night. If you have any questions or want more information, me and Rashard will be there and look forward to seeing you. Congratulations to our youth council, and congratulations to their parents for doing such an amazing job and raising such fine young men and women. Because as we've just seen on Monday, not all young people in the city have those opportunities and make those right decisions. For those that don't know, at 2:30 a.m. on Monday night, one of our officers encountered a young man trying to break into a vehicle at the Westwood Apartments. When he tried to make contact, this young man pulled out a gun and fired on him. Luckily, nobody was hurt. The officer returned fire. The suspect ran away, but him and the driver was later apprehended by our police department. So just remember this, when you see our officers, tell them thank you for all they do, for putting their lives on the line to protect our city. And just imagine if that would have been you walking down to your car or coming home from work late at night and seeing this and what could have happened. So thank you to Chief Foster and all of his men and women in uniform.
And Mayor has nothing. Next item on the agenda is the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so the City Council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. If any item proposed does not meet with the approval of all council members, that item will be heard in regular order. Staff recommends that items 6 through item 25 be placed on the consent docket. I need a motion to place items 6 through 25 on the consent docket.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Motion on the floor is to place items 6 through 25 on the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to place items 6 through 25 on the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent docket.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket? Hearing none, The motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 26, conducting and closing the second public hearing for consideration of approval, rejection, amendment, and/or postponement of the fiscal year ending 2024 City of Norman proposed operating and capital budgets. I'll need a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to open the public hearing. Council members, you may cast your votes.
And the motion is unanimous. The public hearing is now open.
Thank you, ma'am. There have been multiple presentations on the budget prior to this evening, and this is the second public hearing opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding the budget. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers for this item?
Yes, Mayor. We'll start with Cynthia Rogers.
Good evening, Cindy Rogers, Ward 4. I'm on page 130 of 519, so I don't have as many questions as I might otherwise have about the budget. One thing I hope that will be clarified is that the budget will reflect the passing of the room tax increase. My guess is that 26% revenue increase was guesstimating it would pass. But if it doesn't, I don't know what those numbers will look like, so I hope that gets revised. Another issue was in the manager's letter. I think there's a little bit of confusing language about what this water rate election is about. It mentions the advanced metering infrastructure, which was part of the last election, but it makes it seem like that's part of the water rate increase this time. I'm afraid people might be confused about that, as that doesn't reflect the literature we're putting out about the water rate election. So I hope that could be clarified so nobody will think you're up to shenanigans or something. And then I got as far as the New Development Excise Tax Fund 322, and I was a little bit concerned about the large deficits that appear in fiscal year 25. So I haven't really thought about this fund a lot, but I want to know what the plan is for that. So those are the questions. That's up to page 130.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker, sorry about that, is Stephen Ellis. Okay. Dan Munson.
Good evening, Dan Munson, Ward 6. My list of things for the FY24 budget is I'd like to see our bridge maintenance fund be increased by $200,000 a year until we reach $3 million. We've had significant bridge maintenance issues and outages. If my memory serves me right, I think we have 14 bridges that are in like real dire straits. And I think the average cost of fixing those has been like between $3 and $5 million. So it's significant dollars. It's 42 million to probably 55, 60 million dollars. So right now we've got a budget of $1 million a year. So I think we just need to slowly ramp that up. I did have a question like on equipment auctions. So I know we sell like old fire trucks and trash trucks and stuff like that. I was wondering, do those funds go back to the general fund or do they go to each individual department? So my next thing I have is for sanitation. I'd like for us to consider insourcing the recycling. I think it's going to take 3 trash trucks to do that. And then I'd like for us to maybe do a study session on evaluating whether a sorting center for the recyclables makes sense in the city of Norman. And then, you know, I like Councilperson Foreman, I like to recycle, and I'd like to see plastics 3 through 7 and glass going back in that blue tub. So long-term goal, I don't know financially if that makes sense. And then for the compost facility, I'd like for us to purchase a sifter for the compost and a bagger. So those are 2 items I'd like to see us to purchase. And then I'd like for us to sell the compost, sell bags of actual compost. I believe the city of Norman could dominate the compost market in Norman and Cleveland County. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker will be Luigi Povani.
First of all, please make that PDF easy to copy paste, especially the numbers, easy to put into a spreadsheet because it was a struggle. Second, the water issue is not just about water prices, but the main problem we see is about our water reserves that are getting lower year after year, and we need to buy water, and other reserves in the state are getting lower, and at some point they're going to stop selling us water. So we should use pricing to encourage good behavior with a lower price tier for domestic use, then businesses, and a higher tier for recreational use. We should also get away from the idea of lawns. That's a huge waste of water resources and time. But most importantly, we should stop subsidizing developers by building infrastructure for them to profit on. The last issues I want to talk about, last November we had a very intense council meeting where we had to dip into our general fund to provide $1.5 million for the police. And I was looking at the budget, and in 2023, the police estimated $1.2 million budget for capital equipment. By the end of the year, they ended, for now, the revised budget says that they spent $2.5 million in debt. So it's already double what they estimated. For 2024, the police estimate $500,000 in capital equipment, which seems, looking at the previous years, a reasonable number. And I would really like to look into this. I would really like to have a better estimate so we can better budget, we can better spend, and we don't need to have another very intense, very long council meeting where we need to get money out of the general fund to fill some shortcomings in planning and budgeting. Thank you.
Russell Rice.
Rice, Ward 1, how y'all doing tonight? I don't think you're supposed to actually answer that, but, so, did I say Ward 2 yet? Ward 2, in case I didn't say it. The Public Safety Sales Tax Committee, sorry, I'm on that as well. It's been a long day. It's about $1 million short for a fire truck, right? The 10th apparatus that should be promised out of the Public Safety Sales Tax Commission. The committee actually sent a request up to y'all, asking you guys to find any means necessary to fill that void. I believe we sent up 2 options of bonds and I forget the other one. It was a while ago. But there's also the Civil Asset Forfeiture Fund, so please don't forget about those guys. Also, the Civil Asset Forfeiture Fund should be going towards non-police things, in my opinion, like the fire department. It's a great place for it to go. It's also public safety. The fire department is also public safety, so the funds could be spent on them, just saying. Man, that's about all I have. Thank you guys very much. Have a good night.
Evan Dunn.
I want to commend Anthony and everybody else who has these insights. We're trying to do the work. It's going to be great when there's a line item for some permaculture incentives. Thank you.
That's all. Are there any final comments from council? Yes, ma'am. Oh, I see. Just a sec. Oh, yes, ma'am.
So I believe it's like this time I can suggest that staff put us some ballot language together for a public safety infrastructure ballot, maybe for November for Fire Station 5, a homeless shelter, and a bridge infrastructure.
Your Honor, with November anticipated ballot date, good news is council can take action and adopt a budget because we'll have time to make preparation and then obviously, depending on what the voters decide, be able to amend the budget and allocate those resources to their intended purpose. What we could do is put together what that ordinance looks like, give you some indications at a council study session or committee meeting as to what that calendar looks like, what date that ordinance would need to be adopted in order to provide the elections office adequate time. We'll have lots of things on the November ballot, so we won't incur a huge expense adding some additional questions to meet council's desired outcomes. So staff's happy to put in that homework for you and bring that back to you at our earliest convenience to allow you to massage and change however you see fit.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, I was just wondering if you can answer Mr. Munson's question. I know the answer, but I'm gonna let you answer. When we do sell off old vehicles and stuff like that, can you say where the money goes?
We tend to put the money back to the fund from which the purchase was made. So if we sell solid waste vehicles, we put those dollars back into the solid waste fund. Just that Mr. Francisco insists that we keep clean accounting records and we do not blend our enterprise funds with our general fund.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
I'm going to ask if Chris Mattingly could maybe talk about the potential of us doing recycling, as Mr. Munson mentioned, and then the suggestions of like the sifter and bagger for the compost facility, us selling compost. If you might talk about those.
Okay. Yeah, as far as recycling, we're totally looking into that. But we're looking forward to attempting that ourselves, and we are going to purchase 3 trucks, he's correct, and we're going to take a run at it, and more information to come over this next year, and we'll get prepared. As far as compost and the bagging, we've looked at that before. We'll look at it again. It seems like it's a lot of operations and not a lot of margin for extra money so we'll look into that. And same with the screener, it's more moving parts. Right now, we just, the grinder we just purchased a year and a half ago, that was $800,000. So to keep our funds as low as we can, we're I'd say frugal and jumping into new ventures and stuff. So we try to stay in our lane, but we'll look into that one more time, make sure it's not something good for our community and could get our money back, because we don't want to spend too much money and then have to ask for a rate increase.
Mr. O'Leary, if you might maybe make a few comments about our bridge situation in the city of Norman and why we might want to consider increasing the yearly budget, but why we might also want to consider a bond or something like that to address the.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Munson's numbers were close. I think I would say 11 bridges are in dire straits and about 8 are in need of replacement or repair. So 19 has been the number we've talked about. And we've been talking about an October election for a bridge maintenance bond program, and the discussion from council has been more of a 5-year version of that, similar to our street maintenance bond program. So maybe doing those 19 bridges in 2 5-year programs or 3 5-year programs, that sort of thing.
And how many bridges, for the record, do we have in Norman?
We have 85 total bridges, and again, 19 are really in need of replacement or serious repair.
But we do stay on top of them as far as checking them regularly. Nobody driving on.
Thank you. I should have said that. Yeah, we always make it sound more dire than it probably is, but from our standpoint, yes, every bridge that is open today is safe, or otherwise we would certainly close it, as we did a few months ago on 60th Avenue Northeast. That bridge reached a very serious structural condition, literally beams below the structure having points of separation. So it's a good example maybe of the most dire situation. When we found that case, the city manager allowed us to close that bridge the next morning, and it will remain closed, unfortunately, until we can raise about $3 or $4 million to replace that bridge, and that's currently not in any of our budgets. So unfortunately, that's a case that other bridges could reach. Any number of those 11 bridges could move their way to that direction, but they are not there today.
And do we typically get any federal or state funding for bridge maintenance or repair or replacement?
We do not receive any federal funding for maintenance. We do pursue federal funding for replacement, or what the Federal Highway Administration refers to as major rehabilitation, which is nearly replacement.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
And then my last one might be for Anthony or the city manager, but regarding the PSST fund, if I recall last week, we were updated that the PSST fund does have enough to cover the cost of that fire truck. Is that what I understood in that meeting?
After our Finance Committee meeting, Mr. Francisco and I put our heads together to come up with options to give council maybe a little more flexibility based on the current condition of the general fund and the current condition of the PSST fund. We looked at opportunities to potentially retire the debt early. Based on how that debt was initially structured, it may not be advantageous to retire it early, but Mr. Francisco does have some ideas I'm sure he would love to share with us about how council could take advantage of your current general fund situation and accomplish the tasks that council may deem appropriate, especially related to that truck for downtown.
Okay.
Good evening, Councilmember Holman, members of the council. I'm Anthony Francisco, the finance director, and yes, as was discussed at the Finance Committee meeting, we do believe that there is adequate fund balance in the Public Safety Sales Tax Fund to purchase that ladder truck. Basically takes us down to a low fund balance, but it is affordable.
Okay. And after that truck was purchased, the last kind of remaining item would be Fire Station?
Fire Station 5, yes, sir.
And on current projections, once the debt on the radio system and the emergency operations system are paid off, that's when we could, if we didn't have some other source of funding, a bond or something like that, we would need to wait until those debts are paid off, which would be
Yes, sir, that's
about 3
the
years.
current plan, yes.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. That is, all the questions I have at the moment. Thank you.
Councilmember Peacock.
Thank you. Yeah, just to dovetail on that, what Councilmember Holman was just saying. Ms. Walker, can you speak to our ability to use civil asset forfeiture funds on a fire truck? Is that an option we have legally?
We've always advised that civil asset forfeiture funds should be used on public safety, primarily because state law requires that when they give the money to the district attorney's office. Technically speaking, we get the money through a contract with the DA's office that doesn't have those same limitations, but we've always felt like following that same guidance would be the safest approach for using that money. So anything public safety related, I think is something we could do with those funds.
Okay, so by virtue of this being attached to the public safety sales tax, I think they would qualify, is how I'm hearing you?
Yes, I believe it would.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. The motion on the floor is to close the public hearing. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Closed, and the motion passes unanimously. The public hearing is now closed.
Thank you, ma'am. The adoption of the budget will take place in a special meeting of council on Tuesday, June 13th, 2023, at 2 p.m. in these council chambers. Item number 27. Ordinance number 0222329 upon second and final reading, rezoning property located at 1309 South Berry Road from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to SPUD Simple Planned Unit Development District. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Second?
A motion and second. Is there a representative from the applicant to make a presentation? Hello, Gunnar.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Gunnar Joyce with Rieger Law Group here on behalf of the applicant, C.A. McCarty Construction, and Curtis McCarty's here as well, along with Steve Rollins, the civil engineer on the project. So we've got two companion items here tonight, items 27 and 28. I'll go ahead and talk about both of them briefly, and I'll be quick because I know we got a packed house tonight, and I do believe this one is pretty simple. So we are just to the east of South Berry, and as you see, south of West Lindsay. There's the site currently. We are currently zoned R1 single family, and we have a 2025 designation of low density residential. We are zoning it to a SPUD basically for a creative layout to allow for two houses to fit on this 1 acre site, but otherwise no real change to the base R1 allowances. And as you see there, no needed comp plan amendment. So we're still going to be low density residential. Here's the site plan. We're going to divide this 1 acre site into a north lot and a south lot. As you can see, both are basically half an acre. And just for some information, R1 allows for 0.14 acre lots, and these again, we're basically half an acre, so we're not really going into more density than what would be allowed under the base zoning. It is really just to achieve this specific layout, and the reason for that is we have a short lot width up here for the north lot, and we have an identical shorter width for the south lot down there. But again, just single-family houses, not duplex, not multifamily, and there will be a shared drive aspect that'll go forward with the plat on this. This is the companion item, item 28, the preliminary plat, and as you can see, it is 2 lots, and again, we will have shared access drive. Summary of the request, and I'll be quick here, but again, it's just 2 residential lots, and we're not changing the use, we're not changing the R1 drainage or coverage restrictions. It will have an extension of the public sidewalk. The reason it's a preliminary plat and not a short form plat is that there are some associated public improvements with this project. So the applicant will be doing sewer, sidewalk, and eventually there's a plan for a widening of Berry Road. So the preliminary plat does account for that when the widening does occur. Again, the request here is some reduced side yard setbacks and the widths of the lot. But in short, it really is just a creative layout, not adding density in what would be allowed under the current R1. Really good process that this had. The pre-development meeting did have some neighbors show up, but as you can see, this is a quote from the staff report. The discussion with the applicant at that meeting eased all concerns, and all concerns are addressed in the narrative of the SPUD application. Planning Commission heard this one in April, unanimous approval, 9-0. Noted in the minutes were a couple of very positive comments noting and commending the applicant and the creative layout to achieve an extra house here. And staff report has commented in the staff report a recommendation of approval for the preliminary plat, a positive recommendation on the traffic impact report, and the staff report also notes that there are some higher density uses in the immediate area, but again, we are not increasing from the allowed R1. And important to note, no protests. So happy to take any questions.
Any questions from council regarding the item? Councilmember Holman?
Would defer to Councilmember Grant if she wants to go first.
Councilmember Grant?
Day.
I was going to ask, they're sharing a driveway. When somebody's purchasing this, either house, they're going to understand that going into it?
Yes, there will be both a note on the plat as it moves forward and also a filed easement. We've actually been working with city staff and city legal in the last couple of weeks to finalize that, to ensure that when a purchaser does go and get that title commitment when they buy it, that easement will show up as one of the items on the property.
And then my next question is more related to stormwater and impervious coverage. Where are you at on this?
So below the R1 standard, R1 being 65%, we're well below that, being at basically half-acre sites. And so R1 is designed for, again, that basically 0.14 of an acre or 6,000 square feet. So these are really large lots, definitely okay with the stormwater.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was partly my question, was what the actual coverage percent is. I know it says not exceeding 65, but you know what it actually is?
I think as currently laid out, and again, there's shown pool houses and pools on there. I think we're below 55%, but actual build out, again, will fluctuate there.
Okay. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Schuler, did you have a question?
I did, but I think it's for Mr. O'Leary, if he's here. There you are. You're on the other side tonight. So Mr. Joyce talked about the eventuality of a, I guess, widening of Berry Road. Can you talk about maybe the timeline of that? I think this will interest both Ward 2 and Ward 4.
Sure.
And kind of lays into the conversation of like the continued development of Lindsay Street right on that corner.
Happy to, Councilmember. This is a very unusual case. In fact, sort of caught our staff off guard. We don't see much redevelopment on Berry Road, but as we look at a platting situation like they're doing here, and we look at their requirement for transportation improvements, our point of reference is the 2014 Comprehensive Transportation Plan. And if you haven't read that part, there were, I think, 5 or 6 special corridors. These were streets that just didn't fit any other category. Lindsay Street through the campus is a good example. Turns out Berry Road in this area was also a special corridor. So rather than recommending widening beyond 2 lanes is just fine for the vehicle traffic in perpetuity. But because that plan was a multimodal plan, this special corridor was designated as having on-street bike lanes with development. So as we review the plat and the requirements for transportation, that's where that requirement comes from. The applicant has wisely agreed to doing that, but they're also asking for a deferral, which means that they are going to pay, assuming approval of this, they would pay a fee in lieu of physically building the bike lane. We would work with their engineering team to develop that cost of actually doing that improvement. That deferral fee would be held for up to 10 years. And during those 10 years, if the city or other redevelopment along that section of Berry Road were to advance a project, then we would use their deferral fees combined with other funding resources to build that bike lane. I don't know how likely that is, frankly, because as you know, this is fully developed, and I don't think you're going to see a lot of other platting. So I think in this case, this is one of those times when the City of Norman, the City Council, will have to decide, do you want to initiate a project to build bike lanes, widen the road, build the bike lane, and in that case, use these resources from developments like this one to contribute to the city's share of that project.
Okay, thank you. That's really
You're
helpful
welcome.
to just kind of understand, because when people hear widening, they hear more lanes, more traffic, that kind of stuff. And there's already, we had a lot of comments about, Berry Road being, too fast, people speeding all over the place. And so I think it's good to hear that really this is about potentially bike lanes and multimodal transportation, not really just thinking about like going to 4 lanes on Berry and
You bet.
what that would look
No
like.
plans
So,
at all to do it. You bet.
yeah,
Thank
that
you.
helps. Thank you.
Councilmember Peacock?
Thank you. Mr. Joyce, this is for you. Can you speak a little bit just to the proposed garage that's out front? I mean, because are we going to be seeing the back of that building, considering it's the most forward-facing part of the property? Is it going to look like the rest of the house, or are we basically looking at the back of a garage here?
Yeah, so the garage is situated there more or less for initial calculations of kind of drainage and coverage, and not so much as final design plan for that site. Okay. We do have that exterior materials section that addresses the ability and the types of materials that could go there. But I think that very likely similar comments at Planning Commission. What will drive that and protect that is Curtis's desire to sell it for the highest value. And I think putting the garage there, kind of like where you're referring to, is not so much great curb appeal, which will then reduce where he's able to sell it on the market. So I think that'll protect it mostly, but the exterior materials is also in the SPUD document.
Excellent. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Okay, anything else? Okay, well, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Madam Clerk, are there anybody signed up for it?
Cynthia Rogers. Stephen Ellis.
Okay, hearing none. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Passed and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes. Oh. Now you can.
All votes have been cast and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 28, preliminary plat for McCoop Abode Addition, a planned unit development generally located on the east side of Southbury Road, south of West Lindsay Street. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second. This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further questions from council regarding this question? Are there any further public comment? Anybody?
I just have Cynthia and Stephen.
Okay.
Pass, okay.
Hearing none. Where am I? And the motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been approved. The preliminary plat passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 28, Councilmember Peacock.
Thank you. Regarding item 29, I have worked professionally on this project, so therefore 2-103D of the city's code, the ethics ordinance. I intend to recuse myself from both the discussion and the vote on this item because I have an actual conflict.
All right, I need a motion to allow Councilmember Peacock to abstain from item 29.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Motion on the floor to allow Councilmember Peacock to abstain from item 29 due to a conflict of interest. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion to allow Councilmember Peacock to abstain passes unanimously with Councilmember Peacock abstaining.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 29, or 0222330, upon second and final reading, amending the Center City Planned Unit Development established in Ordinance 02021-23 to allow for specific tenant signage and to modify the landscaping for 231 West Main Street. I'll need a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Motion and second. Is there a representative for the applicant?
This is the last one. I'll be quick. Very exciting project. This is 231 West Main Street, and we actually rezoned this at one of the first CCPUDs, if not at least one of the first ones that I worked on. It is at the corner of Webster and Main Street, and I'll just really quickly take you through the legalities of it. We are already zoned CCPUD and already zoned 2025 commercial. No change to the 2025 designation, and very slight amendments to the CCPUD that actually I think are really exciting. So this is the 2021 approved site plan the first time we came around, and there was a lot of discussion about whether or not the second story would actually be built out. And so of significant note, in the CCPUD, the applicant was mandated to, at the bare minimum, construct the first floor with floor joists instead of roof joists at the very top to basically signal that he is willing to put in a substantial commitment to ensure that a second story will in fact be built. I had never really heard of floor roof joints, so I learned a lot there. Exciting to know is that we had the kind of future plan shown in 2021. This site has just kind of had a groundbreaking. There is no construction yet, but here is the actual plan that is going to be built. And what was caught when they went for building permit was that the tenants, hatch and sidecar, have signs that are greater than what the current city form-based code signage allows. And so basically that's all this is about. There is another minor piece that at the very north part there was a very small rain garden, because at the time the thought was that they were going to hold drainage at the north end. It was discovered in final build out and architectural and engineering plans that it was best served to channel the drainage to an existing storm sewer that is right at this corner, right at Main and Webster. So we have removed the rain garden because it is a site plan modification, and they have committed to add planter boxes along Webster. Those are really the two changes entirely. So it's sidecar, it's hatch, and it's the modification of the drainage plan. And that's the sign that says that. There's some very detailed kind of temporary signage allowances for grand opening banners. There's also the ability to have vinyl window graphics because when they went to market, they realized some of these signage methods that are popular with tenants aren't in the current City form-based code, so we've drafted those in kind of for more marketability. No protest, and Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are those planters at grade level or are they raised?
I don't think that's specifically required. It just says 3 planters. It might have, but we're back.
Councilmember Grant.
Can you speak to the vinyl window graphics and what we can expect to see if we allow this?
Yeah, so actually, this was a comment received from Anise Starr in the planning department, and it's something that I think staff has noticed that is not in Center City form-based code, but is something that is requested quite a bit, and so really appreciate that comment. We've added it in for future tenants, but have no really proposal yet to show you.
So would it just be like signage for each of these locations? Would it be a special they're advertising? I'm kind of trying to figure out like what the aesthetic would be.
I think it's allowed to be either of those. It's basically kind of the stickers on the windows. There's specific height associated with that, but I think it could be a tenant could just choose to be white letters on the glass, or they could put specific holiday signs or special signs, but just kind of that allowance that we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Holman.
A similar question about that, because one of the points of the Center City form-based code was to get away from having several buildings in a row, perhaps, where the windows are completely blacked out or blocked out, and it is effectively like a dead block, sort of, when it's like that. So would we be talking about having vinyl window coverings that could cover the entire window and block it out completely?
No, there's not that allowance. That's a really good point. In the revisions to the CCPUD, we have no more than 25% of an individual window may be covered by vinyl window signage. So again, that can't take credit for that. That's Anise. She knows what she's doing. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comment. Are there anybody signed up?
I just have one, Mayor Stephen Ellis.
Oh, 633. I just had a question, really more than anything, which was the proposed rain garden that's being replaced has sort of some capacity to help with drainage, and it didn't look like there was any compensation for that in the drainage thing. So I was trying to understand the little section 2D about drainage to see what exactly that means. So, it says that they'll comply with city ordinances. What are those? What are those the sorts of things that we would want going forward for stormwater? I know the Center City form-based code has some specific things about drainage, but that was really my question. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hudson, can you answer that question right at the moment?
Mayor, it's my, oh boy, that's loud, isn't it? Woo, I have a voice tonight. It's my understanding that wasn't required in the first place. The rain gardens were not required, and so they were just removing those, and they were going to have those planters outside the area there. I don't know if Public Works want to follow. Okay, great. It's a good answer.
Motion's on the floor. On the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council, your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously with Councilmember Peacock abstaining.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast. The motion to adopt the ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously with Councilmember Peacock abstaining.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll need to go get, you texted him? Thank you, ma'am. I'll wait for him to get back in. Happy birthday. Item number 30, ordinance 0222340, upon second and final reading, adopting and amending the International Fire Code, 2018 International Fire Code. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Was that a motion and second? Thank you. Recognize Greg Clark, Development Services Manager, to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, for the time today. I appreciate you guys, a lot of hard work, and I appreciate everyone coming to learn about building codes. That's why you're here today, so thank you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate the large attendance. So I'll get right to it. There's actually going to be a total of 3 ordinances that I'm going to kind of speak to. They're in successive order today on the agenda. One is the fire code, one is the property maintenance code, and the third batch is what we call the building codes, which includes a number of codes. They kind of all work together as a team, if you will, and that's why they're all here today. They show up as separate items because they are from different chapters out of the book, so I guess just procedurally they have to be ran in this fashion. A little bit about codes in Oklahoma. There's some perception that different cities do different things, but the state of Oklahoma actually is building codes are governed by who we call the Oklahoma Uniform Building Code Commission. They adopt the code and they tell the cities this is the minimum standard for your city. And so we're, by statute to follow that lead. That's kind of the pretense for it. There's 2 kind of key dates up there, September 14th of 21 and September 14th of 22. On those 2 dates, they had adopted what we call the I codes, which was the batch of the building codes, and then on the second date, they adopted the residential code. So we're here today in part to stay in compliance there, but there's actually other good reasons to update building codes. New codes have new technologies. A lot of changes have occurred over the years to solar, and it's just one prime example. A dated code makes new technologies harder to update. Another good reason to update code is there's a group called the ISO, or Insurance Service Office. They basically score cities on a whole bunch of metrics, building code one of them. And so if you have an out-of-date building code, when they score our city for an insurance rate, they would score us lower if our codes were not up to date. So keeping current with that ends up having a real benefit to the citizens as well when it comes time to pay that annual insurance premium. There's just a couple of reasons. Again, there are new technologies, new safety considerations that show up, so staying current with it is also important. If you actually have the agenda here and you're able to click through there's actually 3 links on here that I provided today for anybody interested. The first one is if you were interested in reading the building code, you can go click that first link. It'll take you straight to the publisher's website where you can read a free read-only version of it. The second link there takes you to the state, where you can see all the changes that were made at the state level. And then the third link is actually probably the most helpful of the 3. I guess you'd say it's unofficial, but a private company has gone in and aggregates codes everywhere. And they've actually went through and updated and showed the Oklahoma amendments posted in the code itself. So again, if builder or anybody who's listening who has an interest in the code, there's 3 little good links for you there. The bottom part of the graphic there just kind of shows you our current codes to date and what we're proposing to update to with the ordinance numbers. Part of updating the code, from my perspective as Development Services Manager, is a bit of outreach. It's one thing to adopt a code, it's a whole nother to actually implement and make sure everybody in the community, all the stakeholders, even just folks, just the average Joe, has some input into the process and able to be on task. And so over the past year plus, we've done as much outreach as I think is practical. We held 2 meetings, invited really everyone who pulled a permit in the prior year. So if you pulled a building permit, mechanical permit, electrical permit, or plumbing permit in the prior year, at some point we emailed everybody on that list and said, hey, we're having some meetings, please come out, please listen. We also included in there what we call a code change request form. So we gave the opportunity, put the form out there online, send it in the meeting invites to, hey, if you want to, have a suggestion or you want to make a change, please fill out this form and we can, read through it, hear it, discuss it with, council and what have you. So we went to the Business and Community Affairs meeting on 12/1 with the few changes that we had. We discussed some of those and got some direction back from that as well. The other, and probably I think the most important but not easily documented piece, is just the word of mouth. We're a busy department. We have lots of bodies coming in. We have 7 inspectors. They go out to potentially 100 jobs a day. And just that word of mouth, hey, code is going to be updated. This is a state statute. We have to comply. And so we've been working hard, all of the staff, to try to let everybody know that this was a pending change and, to be ready. Although frankly, the updates from the code from the 15 cycle to now, and I'll talk about some of those here in a minute, are fairly, in my opinion, fairly minimal. And so that's kind of some of the outreach we've done over the past year. And so talking about some of the changes today, and again, if I spoke to you about all the changes, then we'd be here till tomorrow. But just some of the key changes. Part of the change request was an update to one of our fees, and that fee is what we call the base fee and the reinspection fee. The base fee is basically the minimum fee that we would charge for a permit value, and so right now that cost for the reinspection fee is if we send an inspector out to a job and he fails the work or has to come back to view the same work, same correction items, there's a fee for that reinspection. So they're both $25. They have not been updated since 2006. And we're making a recommendation with the hopes to get that changed to $35. Just to give you a little idea of some of how that would impact some things, in calendar year 21, we did 27,000 inspections as a staff. Of that 27,000, 3,200 of those actually had, ended up having to be re-inspections, meaning staff had to go back on that percentage of them. Also in year 21, items that had the base fee, we issued 4,900 trade permits. 2,100 of those had that base fee. So again, this change will not be dramatic in my opinion, but it'll at least keep us in par with some of the neighboring cities and adjust for inflation and just kind of keep us current where we're at. The second fee change, and we kind of had an unofficial policy, but we never really had this codified. Now that we were doing a code change, it seemed logical, was to update and have an after-hours inspection fee. So there weren't a lot of jurisdictions around that actually even did after-hours inspections, but in Norman, we've always, tried to pride ourselves that we would, try to serve folks. So we've offered after-hours inspections, which normally that's a Saturday or type Sunday inspection where somebody had a very special request that they needed. And so we didn't really have a policy, that we could actually point to in an ordinance. So we proposed, putting one there so we'd have it. So if folks wanted it, we'd have, a more firm footing to back it up. And that's a $200 fee. And that includes 2 hours for an inspector. And with our staff, some of them are here in Norman, but we have guys and gals that, work as, Chickasha and there. So trying to get an inspector to come up for, drive for Chickasha just for 2 hours, it's not super easy. So that's the basis for that fee. And I will say this to the council, that we run what I'd call emergency inspections, not every week, but maybe every couple of weeks, we'll get a call for somebody who lost gas service and they didn't have gas service and they need gas service and they can't get it to work done until 5:15, and I have to have a little bit of overtime for a staff member to go out there. That's not the purpose of this fee. It's not meant to be punitive. It's not for dealing with those one-off kind of emergencies. It really is for the folks that really have a special need, probably on a bigger project, but not necessarily. The third kind of fee update, and this goes back to the OUBCC. The state requires us for most every permit we issue to remit a $4 fee and turn it over to that state agency. And so we've been doing that for years. It's mandated by state law. It just wasn't ever formally in our code. So it seemed like, I think, some of the communication I read from the past was we didn't really have to have it in there to do it because it was a mandate from the state, but just to clean it up and keep it and be transparent, even though it was just $4, we thought better practice than not to go ahead and include it in the ordinance. Just to give you a little idea about some of the surrounding cities and what their reinspection fees and base fees look like, I put together a small survey with some graphics. And you can kind of look through there for reinspect fees. Edmond, $50 for the first trip, $100 for follow-up inspections. Oklahoma City, $38.50, could even be more for a trade. Moore, Oklahoma, $30, and Yukon was $30 for 2 inspections, but then $60 for a 3rd inspection. The base fee, again, Oklahoma City, their base fee was $30, but they had what I call a lot of qualifiers. So there's probably never a scenario where their $30 base fee would just stick. So if you were doing a plumbing permit in Oklahoma City, they would probably say, okay, how many water closets or toilets do you have? And they would add $2 or $3 per fixture type. Or if you're doing electrical, they'd learn how many plugs you were putting in, and they'd add fees on there. So effectively, their fee with qualifiers will be more than the $35. And I'm sorry, that was Edmond. Oklahoma City was similar, though. They were $28 as a base, and then they had add-ons for fixtures. Moore, same kind of thing, $30 with qualifiers. Yukon actually had a fee schedule very much like ours. It was a $35 base fee. And I certainly prefer as a manager to keep it as a base fee and not have to worry about trying to capture how many plugs you're putting in or how many water closets are going in a house. It's just more data pull, and folks pulling the permits don't always know the answers to those questions anyway. So it just seemed easier to keep a flat fee as opposed to trying to encumber it with more data that really just drove a fee. Another notable change I thought would be worthy of discussion is in the residential code. The state made an amendment to require what we call a manual J and S for mechanical systems. And so a little background on this. And this isn't really new to the code, but what's new to the code is the state's now telling us, as the authority having jurisdiction, that we are to require that submittal when we issue a new permit for single-family homes. And so it's always been a requirement that somebody doing mechanical work on a single-family home designed it, that they ran a manual J&S, And what this manual does is it helps scope that they're putting the proper size equipment in, that they're not putting in 4 tons of heating and cooling if only 2 was needed. And so, not a new requirement. What's new is that now the authority having jurisdiction is supposed to receive that submittal before we issue that permit. So that will certainly be a change of practice for us. We'll have to make provisions to require the submittal and get it in on record. The hope there, and I think this is what the hope of the state was, by doing this, there are folks out there that don't design, don't use manual J's, and they just look at a house and say, well, there's 2,000 square feet, and I feel like, I can put 1 ton in for how many square feet, this should be good. And the code doesn't really like it that way. The code says, no, you should be a little more detailed. You should be, running this more, from a scientific method, not just guessing with a square foot. And so this will be a change for us, certainly will, and it'll be a change for probably some of the mechanical contractors around. And so we'll, if you approve us today, one of the first outreaches we'll do is make sure those contractors know that this change is prominent, coming, and to get their ducks in a row. The flip side is you should start seeing, better use or more efficient homes just by the fact that we are requiring it. So the folks that, don't get me wrong, we have a lot of folks in the area who certainly run the manual J's and S's, and I'd say most of them do, but there's a good many that don't. And so it's going to raise the bar for those guys and gals that aren't doing it. So that's a pretty notable change. Another one that the state made that I thought was worth talking about, at least mentioning, and some of you all might appreciate this, is the state added into the code to update what they call the ice barrier requirements. And so you can see my picture there. What they call the valley is the area where the 2 roofs meet there. And so an ice barrier is an improved material to mitigate moisture damage. So if you have shingles and there's still a chance that ice and snow could build up, if you will, at a given time, and it could cause creeping of melting water to come back up underneath the shingles and rot the roof. So the ice barrier is placed there as a mitigating means to hopefully prevent that that snow melting from causing damage. So big long discussion at the state level, but ultimately they decided to add it to the valley area where those 2 roofs meets. And they also, and I couldn't find a good picture of it, asked that ice barrier be installed where pitch changes in roofs occur. So we see a lot of designs these days where roofs come at the high pitch and then there's a lower pitch that kind of intersects it, and that intersection is where they're interested in also adding this ice barrier material. So that'll be a change that should improve and mitigate if there was ever an issue of ice damming. It should mitigate that concern somewhat. Another change that is made was to our fire codes and to the for both permitting and for what we call fire prevention. For a long time, Norman's ran under 2 codes. We had the fire code, and they used that code when they were looking at plans permitting a new building, but they were using the NFPA code for when they wanted to do annual inspections. So they had 2 different codes. They both are good codes, but the problem that could be created and would show up every once in a while is they're not the same. And so you might build a brand new building with the fire code, and it might say put something like a fire extinguisher every 100 feet. Well, the NFPA might say put the fire extinguisher every 75 feet. And so you could get into a problem where you just build a brand new building, and then 1 year later, your annual inspection, someone's saying, well, you need another fire extinguisher. And so that was just a little bit redundancy, and frankly, the fire code does an adequate job of serving as that maintenance or annual inspection code. So fire elected to remove the NFPA, just stick with the IFC for one code so they wouldn't have these potentially competing codes. And that's kind of most of what I had for you today. I certainly appreciate your thoughts and open for any questions or comments.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Just got a couple. So you mentioned in 2021, we did about 27,000 inspections. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that sounds right.
And of those, 3,200 were ones where we had to go back and re-inspect. So does that mean we have about an 89%, we go out once and get it and that's it rate?
I don't have my calculator handy and
I did.
the quick math's not helping me, but I'm gonna take your word.
I just
yes.
did it now.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right. So, yeah, yes, yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
We have a pretty high pass rate, you know, and there's a perception, and there's a perception that we turn everybody down and we're the worst to work with in the whole world.
Right.
We hear that in different avenues and different places. And the fact of the matter is, we pass most inspections. We'd love to approve every permit the first time and approve every inspection the first time. And one of the advantages I didn't really touch on, but this code update is allowing, and the state agency has brought us, is now Oklahoma City is on the same code as Norman. Now Moore is on the same code as Norman. So the whole, of course, we hear it only in Norman, in the Norman code. And every time I hear the Norman code, I chuckle because it's the Oklahoma City code. It's the Moore code. We have the same one. So it has really brought together the cities because that didn't used to be the case.
Right.
And so now we meet with Oklahoma City almost monthly, you know, in Moore, and we have kind of an aggregate working group of building officials where we go and we meet and we collaborate and find out what are the items that, you know, or you're having trouble getting compliance on, or if I turn something down and they say, well, only in Norman, I get on the text and say, guys, are y'all turning people down for this? And, you know, we try to get a good quorum of it, so yeah.
Okay. And then the fees part of it, if I understand it correctly, our fees sometimes may be a little bit higher, or some cities may have a lower base fee, but they have all these other added fees that we don't have. Is that right? So it gives the appearance maybe that we're
So-
higher, but we also do more for that one fee, where other cities may charge you extra.
Right, yeah, fees are, overall are a complicated topic. And certainly what I would call the building permit fees, which is kind of what's scoped in the area I work, we're very competitive. Now, you know, we do have other fees that, you know, are different for utilities and excise tax and some things like that, and they vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction as to what they are. But certainly for the fees that are kind of brought in or viewed as for development services planning, we're very competitive. We've always been very lean and competitive on those.
Okay. And are the fire codes the same in Norman as other cities around here?
Yes, they would be.
Everybody's operating on the same?
It would be the IFC, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Schuler?
I had the same calculator that Councilmember Holman had. We hear a lot about, you know, it's hard and to do, you know, to build in Norman, and that we statistically hear that fees or the inspection is like where a lot of that, I guess, frustration lies. So I think it's really interesting to actually see the numbers of like how many inspections we've had over the years, right? So an 89% pass rate on those. Can you tell me a little bit more about these the trade permits? How are those different than, and is that number, the 4,900 trade permits that we had in 2021, is that a number that is in addition to the 27,000 inspections, or is that just like a separate item?
Right. So permits and inspections are different things. So when we issue a permit, that is a permit to do work, right? So one permit could drive, you know, anywhere between 1 and 5 or 6 inspections, depending on what that permit is. So those trade permit works, that number for trade permits would be how many permits were pulled that basically were probably, most of them are going to probably be scoped under a building permit. So not every permit. Sometimes people just change out a water heater, and that's probably where our base fee shows up, something like that. Now, if you're doing a new single family, we'll issue a building permit, but they'll also come in and pull a plumbing permit, a mechanical permit, and an electrical permit. So now we have 3 trade permits that got pulled just with that. So it probably balances out in the end. Almost every building permit would probably have multiple trade permits, but there are times where there's just a building permit, and there's also times there's just standalone trade permits, depending on what they are.
Okay, so in the calculation that I did between the 4,900 trade permits that we've issued and then having 2,100 that had the, base fee?
The base fee, yes.
And I think I'm looking at old slides because these new slides were not attached to our document, but can you go back a few slides? I just want to make sure that, to that information on the fees.
I'm going back, I'm very excited.
this one.
There we go.
Okay, so 2,100 of those had the base re-inspection fee, so that means 2,100 of our trade permits had to do a re-inspection?
No. So on those
Explain
49.
that to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So 4,900 trade permits, again, so someone who comes in, and again, that trade permit could be for a water heater, it could be a sub-permit to a new home. So those are just a number of permits. So if you looked at the number of inspections, then there could be 3 or 4 inspections per each of those trade permits, just depending. So the trade permit is just a permit to do wiring in a house, change a water heater, replace a sewer line. So there's any number of items that could drive a trade permit. And so the 2,100 number is how many of those had the very smallest of small fees. So if you did a new single family for electrical or plumbing, for example, you probably would have more than the base fee, because at that point we are capturing a little bit more information, saying, okay, what size of water line are you putting in? What size, and based on the answer to that question, that would drive up that trade permit fee. So of the 4,900 trade permits, 2,100 of them didn't have any other add-ons, if you will, and they just were viewed as that base fee. So most of the time, the ones that hit the base fee are generally what we call a one-to-one permit, where it is simply probably a permit to do one particular thing, change the water heater, change the sewer system, replace an electrical panel, and they probably had no other parts or pieces with it.
Okay, so I did the math on that. It was, so 42% of those trade permits just were the base fee, no additional extra fees added on based on these other things that you've talked about.
Correct.
Okay, so almost half of them are just that standard 35, well, what will be increasing to a $35.
Correct.
fee. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
Schuler, on that note, when we talk about re-inspections, and this is a conversation Mr. Clark and I have had, to be efficient in the field, and we recognize especially in the construction world that time really is money. And when our inspectors go out, typically when a construction project is moving forward, they'll reach a stage of construction, they'll call or go online and request an inspection. And that shows up, and the inspector assigned to it will head out into the field. We like to use the mindset that we get one bite at the apple when we're inspecting for that particular stage of construction. We're supposed to identify everything that needs to be identified, so that when we give those corrections to the contractor, they know exactly what they need to do before they progress to the next step. When they call us and say, okay, I'm ready for the next inspection, if our inspectors go out and say, oh, sorry, I missed that one, I should have got it last time, you need to bring back that trade, that's not a happy conversation. And that's a thing we're keeping score on. When it comes down to evaluation time for our inspectors, we want to make sure that second bite at the apple, that really cost our contractors money, and ultimately adds to the, the end price of whatever it is they're building. So we monitor that, we watch that, and our goal is to get those inspections done and right the first time. And we know it's in our contractors' best interest to have everything they need to fix at each stage of the game.
Just want to make one more, I guess, note about fees just in general in the city. Since we've recodified our entire city code, all of our fees in the city are in one place in our city code now, which I think is a lot easier for our residents to kind of see all of the different line item things that we are charging on, instead of having to pick through the code in multiple different places to see where that is. So I think that is one thing that was really good with the recodification process, was kind of streamlining where all of that information lives within our city ordinances and codes. So just wanted to highlight that for anybody if they're interested in looking at all of the fees for the city.
Schedule A, Appendix A there, yes. Good reading.
Any further from council? All right, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Madam Clerk, is anybody?
Just one, Stephen Ellis.
633 Reed Avenue. I just wanted to cheer on the higher fees. As a matter of fact, I think the city should probably do a little bit of work to see what the sort of marginal cost of actually doing the inspections, and of course, doing them right, not spending extra time or anything, in order to sort of meet the principle that if the city is doing something to help sort of local businesses, get themselves up and running, local businesses should pay their own way rather than be specially subsidized. So yay for $35. Maybe that's not even enough. It'd be worth looking into. Thanks.
Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council member, you may cast your votes.
All votes. Motion to adopt the ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, we've had a request for a break before the next item.
Let's meet again at 8:22.
Oh.
You want to go after the second one? Would you? Before that or after? Oh, before midway. Gotcha. Cancel my last. Item number 31, ordinance number 0222341, upon second and final reading, adopting and amending the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code. I'll entertain a motion to reject the ordinance, adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Have a motion and second. Are there any further questions from council on this item? Hearing none. Are there any further comments from the public?
It would just be Stephen. He says no.
None? Hearing none. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council member, wait a minute.
Evan, did you want to talk? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Evan? Okay.
Yep.
Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Second.
Have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast. The ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll take a 10-minute break from.
Let's do one more.
Oh, you want to do one more?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to do one more. All right. Item number 32, ordinance number 0222342, upon second and final reading, adopting and amending the 2018 International Building on the 2018 International Existing Building Code and the 2006 Energy Conservation Code, the 2018 International Plumbing Code, the 2018 International Mechanical Code, the 2018 International Fuel Gas Code, and the 2020 National Electric Code, and the 2018 International Residential Code for one and two family dwellings. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading. I have a motion and second. Any further questions from council? Neither side. Hearing none. Any further from the public?
We do have a few that signed up. We had Cynthia.
Yep.
We had Stephen.
Yep.
We had Dan Munson.
Mr. Munson.
In Ward 6. So my question, the state sets the standard for the revision for the National Electric Code for the city. Am I understand that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then So if we wanted to do 2017 National Electric Code, we couldn't do that. We have to do 2020.
The way they charge it is, yes, that we should be adopting.
Okay.
A minimum. So
Okay.
if they've adopted the 20, so we should be adopting as a minimum the 20.
Okay, so can we supersede that then?
Yes,
So we could do the 2023 if we wanted.
we could.
All right, there we go, thanks. Now, I wasn't gonna go through this, but there's a couple things in there that, of the 2023 that I think are noteworthy. I'm not saying you guys should vote against it, but we should consider it for next year for sure. Article 512, it covers cannabis production. That's very flammable. And so we have a number of cannabis production facilities in our county. And so there are certain electrical requirements that you should follow in a cannabis production. The second one, I am all about safety on electrical. And so the GFCI requirements, basically it states that all devices in your kitchen have to be GFCI protected. And so I think that's a really good life safety one that we should consider. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
And that is all. That's all.
That's all. Any further comments from council, either side? All right. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance.
All votes have been cast. Adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
I have a motion and second. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
And the motion to adopt the ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Now can we take a break? All right. Let's take a break and be back at 8:30.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
Greg really does give me confidence in,
No one?
yeah. Tuned in.
He and I got into a battle when I was campaigning, and his dad got after me for getting after him. And so I went back to Greg to say, you're wrong, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
He waxed my boat.
Well, I tell these guys, if you're gonna go out there and tell a contractor that's wrong, you had better be able to open the book and show him in the book what is right. And I'll go to the wall for it. But not because you think, or not because it feels, show him in the book. And that's,
All right. Item number 33, ordinance 0222333. Upon second and final reading, rezoning property located at 601 West Eufaula Street from C1 Local Commercial District to SPUD Simple Planned Unit Development District. A substitute SPUD narrative was included in our packet, and I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance with a substitute narrative on second reading, section by section.
So moved. Are we supposed to say something? Did you
Okay.
vote it?
Yeah, okay. Helen moved motion.
I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and second. It has been brought to my attention that there was a scrivener's error in the agenda stating the property was being rezoned from C2, General Commercial District, to SPUD, Simple Planned Unit Development, and it should have been C1, Local Commercial District, to SPUD. To correct the error, I'll entertain a motion to amend the title change, C2, General Commercial District, to C1, Local Commercial District.
So moved.
I have a motion, and I have a second. The motion on the floor is to amend the title change, C2, General Commercial District, to C1, Local Commercial District. Council members, you may cast your vote.
How about, and the motion to correct the scrivener's error passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a representative from the applicant to make a presentation?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Bob Thompson. My wife and I own Midway Grocery, Midway Deli, as many of you know it, and we come before you seeking to obtain a SPUD for our property, to rezone to a SPUD, and the purpose for the SPUD is to allow for new outdoor entertainment uses in conjunction with catered events and continued commercial uses under the following development and zoning regulations. And then there's a list of our current uses, which are, we currently enjoy the use as a restaurant, catering establishment, delicatessen store. We park our food truck there, and we have an office. And then the SPUD would allow us to add to those uses catered events with amplified indoor or outdoor amplified music or amplified sound. And all of those events will comply with the City of Norman's noise ordinance regulations as amended from time to time and enforced by the Norman Police Department. Now, that's a pretty brief introduction to the SPUD, but I think that you're all familiar with the broader description of the SPUD. We enjoy the support of the Planning Department, or the Planning Commission, a few weeks ago with the stipulation, their recommendation came with the stipulation that we engage with the City Council and with some of our neighbors, with any of our neighbors that were willing, and try to address some of the concerns that the neighbors had expressed at the Planning Commission's meeting. Those concerns were as follows. There was a concern regarding unsupervised events, the frequency and duration of the music events. Obviously, I'm sure you're all aware the volume of the music events. Parking was a question that was raised, and so was the preservation of the building. And at the very last, the development, the described development on the north end of the property that had description there for a future stage. those were the items that we were charged with seeking resolution for, and that's why you have the document appearing modified tonight the way it is. Regarding unsupervised events, that was one of the easiest ones. We simply won't have any events that are unsupervised by staff. We, as the document points out, we have an alcohol license with the state, and so along with common sense, we wouldn't be allowed to just hand somebody the keys and say, you rent the place and we'll see you tomorrow. So none of our events will be unsupervised. And we put that in writing to, just for the sake of reassurance, people who might have those concerns. The staff has also asked us to stipulate that all of these events are catered events, that they are in conjunction with our kitchen being open and again being served by our staff. That's a very easy thing for us to comply with, because that was the intent in the first place. For the question of the frequency and the duration of the events, our initial proposal didn't have any particular parameters for the frequency. And so we are proposing that the frequency of the events will only be on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday of any given week, and that the music or entertainment, as the document describes it, will only take place from the hours of noon, 12 p.m., and 9 p.m. And that's a reduction from our original description of 10 o'clock. And it also exceeds on the weekend, it exceeds the noise ordinance by 2 hours, I think. At least 1, maybe 2 hours. So in that regard, we've tried to not just meet the parameters of the noise ordinance, we've tried to exceed the parameters. And that is a matter of respect for the fact that we are in a mixed-use community. We are in a mixed-use development area, and so we have residential neighbors to take into consideration. We're confident that we can conduct our business within those parameters. Some of the questions had to do with whether or not the implementation of this SPUD would mean louder music. And it's very important to me that you guys understand that we're not asking for a variance on the noise ordinance. We're not asking for any variances as a part of this SPUD. Our commitment is to either meet or exceed the requirements of the ordinances. Last year we had a situation where we had 4 events where the police were called and asked to cite us for a noise violation. And each of those times, the police declined. It was their judgment that we were not violating the noise ordinance. And that makes me actually confident that I can tell you that we know how to operate within the parameters of the noise ordinance, and we have a further commitment to operate within the parameters of the noise ordinance as you may decide to amend it and change the standards. So again, we're not seeking either a variance now or in the future. We have never had a citation. We've been conducting various kinds of concerts indoors and outdoors for 25 years, sometimes with a noise variance from the city and sometimes not. sometimes as a big block party and sometimes as an evening event. And during those 25 years, we have never been cited for a violation. We do have a good working relationship with the police as they come by and from time to time might ask us to turn it down. It's very simple to turn it down. But we've never actually had a citation. Again, that's not just a matter of reputation, that's a matter of us understanding how to function within the parameters of the current codes. One of the things that we were asked to address is the noise abatement for our very closest neighbor, which is the Dr. Anderson's rent house just north of the store. And we share a boundary line, we share a property line. And right now, the Andersons have a fence that separates us, but the fence is only 6 feet tall and only 5 of those feet are solid fencing. And the rest, the upper part is decorative. So we propose to change that. We propose to install an 8-foot privacy fence that will not just have the effect of providing more insulation for them, but it'll be an L-shaped fence that will actually close off the breezeway between our building and their house, that where sound would escape over into the greater neighborhood off of Chautauqua. My other comment regarding the noise and sort of the drumbeat that this is some cacophonous thing that we've got going on. So I would urge you to look at one of the aspects of your protest map, and if you see geographically, we have 12 adjacent houses to our property. And of those 12 houses, we have 3 or 4 that are in the protest area. Actually, one of them is satisfied by our proposals for screening. So the point is that if our music were really causing a problem, you'd see that actually inverted, where the majority of the very close-in neighbors would be objecting and only a few would be in favor of it. And I think that too speaks to our ability to have a good working relationship with those folks and provide the kind of entertainment that's not obtrusive, not unpleasant, and ends at an appropriate time. Next, we were asked to address parking, and I know that parking is an issue. Parking is always an issue close to the university. We have a lot more density there than we have in some other areas of town. It's an older part of town, so it has on-street parking, and that's also a provision for a business like ours that doesn't have geographically an area where you can put in a parking lot. We certainly don't want to tear down a house and put in a parking lot. So we have nearly 50 spaces within a block in any direction of our business. And then further out, obviously, more parking. But we also we have also obtained an agreement with the Commerce Building, and in our SPUD, we pledge to invoke that arrangement at any time that we have an event that we know is going to be in excess of 75 people. We will access that parking lot and use it as either a drop-off and park, or a valet, or a shuttle, to augment our parking and to take whatever pressure we can off of the local neighborhood in terms of parking places. Another question that has arisen rather late in the game is whether or not we would do something destructive to our building, or whether we would substantially modify our building. Now, my understanding from having been on council, my understanding of the SPUD is that since the document also refers to the site plan, it's referential to the site plan, the changes that would affect changes to the site plan have to come back through council. That's just my simple understanding of it. But we have actually restated that, or tried to make our own statement to that effect, that that we will have to ask for the permission of the council, go through the entire process like this again, if we have any changes that exceed 5%. I'll confess, I stole that language from the University of North Park TIF. So if anybody wants to know the relevance of 5%, it's really just meant to cover things that might arise from time to time. Of course, we have an old building. It has maintenance issues at all times, and sometimes issues that you don't expect. And I would doubt that if we needed to do some sort of maintenance to the building, that the council would appreciate having to go through this process in order to do it. So that is that's the context for that particular language. One of the things that I'd also like to point out is that with that restriction, with the restriction of the SPUD, the community is going to benefit from the fact that this is, I think it might be the most conscientiously developed piece of commercial property that we have. We have 51% of our surface is pervious surface. We have a nice yard area, and instead of concrete, when we developed the side area for extra seating, we put in decomposed granite with a 3-inch base of crushed limestone. So it actually drains better than it did before we purchased the property. And it looks very nice, but it also, being included in the SPUD, will have to remain that way. So there won't be any more impact on our stormwater. There won't be any more impact on the beauty of the neighborhood. We've developed that whole piece with the intention of leaving the neighborhood looking the same way it looked when we bought that property. We simply want to take advantage of the commercial zoning in the backyard to enhance our outdoor seating. Outdoor seating is what got us through COVID. We have a very small store. It's got a capacity of 42 people. And I can tell you that after COVID, 42 people won't go in there at one time now. So what really has rescued us from through COVID has been the addition of our outdoor seating. And the intention of this SPUD is to augment that outdoor seating, give people more reasons to come and have food and enjoy our restaurant. I think there's been maybe a misunderstanding that all we seek is to change our current operation over to private parties and private events, and that's not the case. Many of the outdoor entertainment events that we plan to have open to the public. We simply want to reserve the option to also have private events that have outdoor entertainment. I want to thank you for the time that it's taken. I know that it's for Mayor Heikla and for Councilmember Grant especially. They have spent extra time trying to help us communicate with the neighbors who had concerns and didn't find it easy to speak with us. So it was very nice to have you as our liaisons. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the extra time that it took for Jane Hudson and her staff to help us get through a process that we're not particularly familiar with. So, and finally, we want to thank, even though she couldn't be here tonight, I want to thank Lee Hall, whose passion for our neighborhood is well known, and has done everything she could to give us guidance and wisdom and encouragement to really collaborate wherever we could, and we always appreciate that. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions from council? Hearing none. Oh, Councilmember Grant?
Yeah, could you speak a little bit to the neighbor that you reached out to? You didn't know about that situation until planning?
Yes, the Tara Myers is her name. She borders she owns a piece of property. She owns a house that bordered us on the other side of the alley, just north of our property. And her protest was basically that she could see from her back window, she could see into our backyard and vice versa. And she had asked that we do something about that. So we had a very cordial meeting with her where we talked about what kind of screening she'd like to have. We talked about whether it would be actual fencing, a riser to the fence. We both really enjoy the aesthetics of the brick wall in the back of the property. And we both would like to have some trees planted back there instead of fencing. Her admonition to me was not to overdo it. She didn't intend to not be able to see anything beyond the trees, to just give us some screening and provide a little privacy along with some aesthetic beauty.
And was that a pretty quick process? How long did it take to come to an agreement with her?
We talked for half an hour. We were in immediate agreement. There was really no resistance on her part or mine. It was something that I think that will enhance both properties. It's very easy to make a cooperative agreement like that. And she indicated to me that she was satisfied and that she would be happy to withdraw her protest. I don't think she made it to the city in person to do that because she was out of town. But I'm confident that that was a very productive meeting.
And then with the fencing, originally it was going to be 10 feet. Why is it 8?
That's just a matter of having measured where our existing poles are that we hang our lights off of, and I noticed that those were really just maybe 8'6". So when I had suggested we do 10 feet fencing, that was I was eyeballing that those were up 10 feet, and they're not. The suggestion from one of the planning commissioners was that we stay with 8 because it's the maximum height allowed in the historic district, and then it would be more aesthetically pleasing. And also in terms of cost and engineering, it's much less of an issue with an 8-foot fence.
And then I was going to add to that, that is for the neighbor on the property on the corner.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask about her because we had a letter submitted. And she had some very common sense suggestions. With your addition or amendments to your SPUD, you're addressing it with that fencing. And what else are you doing?
That's regarding her property. That's all we're doing in the SPUD formally. Now, what we plan to do going forward, I had a nice conversation with Councilmember Schuler about the possibility of, she talked about the possibility of actually moving the PA speakers so that instead of being staged where the musicians are playing, they could be staged possibly in a back corner or in a side corner and less directed at that house. If that works, that'll be great. We didn't include that in the SPUD because we don't know if that'll work, and we didn't want to be obligated to a solution that was not effectual.
And then to go back to the landlord of that property, you all had a mediation?
Yes, we did have a mediation.
And how did that go?
Well, I think it probably went as well as it could. The mediation really is what prompted this process tonight. Between the time that the mediation was scheduled and the time that we showed up for it, I had been notified by the city staff that we actually were not zoned properly to be doing outdoor music. And so as my primary role in the mediation, I just made a commitment that we wouldn't have outdoor music outside of the bounds of the city ordinances, so that our next move would be to try to find out how it is that we can have our events within the parameters of the city ordinances. And the answer to that was that we were, the city's approach to this has been to have businesses like mine implement a SPUD, the Rock House Bar, Hal Smith's Restaurant, the Red Rock Grill, and then Hollywood Corners, of all different iterations of SPUDs in order to provide for outdoor entertainment in conjunction with their kitchen catered events.
And through that process of mediation, did the other side drop their disturbing the peace charge?
Yes, they did.
Regarding parking, do you think you would be able to expand off-site parking if you worked on some relationships with neighboring businesses?
Yes, I'm really optimistic about our ability to do that, either with one of the local strip malls or one of the local churches. Our events take place at a time when a lot of those places aren't operating. And so I'm optimistic that if we need that much parking, we'll be able to effect some sort of a working relationship.
And then with 100 people potentially at your property, what are your plans for crowd management? Do you have enough bathrooms to, accommodate a crowd that big? Like, I'm kind of curious about how.
Well, our plan is twofold. We own the house next door, and that has actually 3 very accessible bathrooms. And then we only have one event so far that's planned that's that large, and our intention, they know that what we intend to do is also provide some portable toilets. We've done that in the past with our music events. We've always provided porta potties with them. We have the space to do it. We know how to manage that.
That 100 is you and your staff included, not just all the guests.
Yeah.
I don't have any more questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Peacock.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. You've answered a lot of my questions, but I got a few more here. You mentioned amplified music. Does that include percussion, drums, et cetera?
Well, so far, the amplified music, I think the reason we used the term amplified music was to make sure that we covered the use of our PA system. I'd say the vast majority of the events that we've had back in the backyard area don't include drums or a bass guitar. We have one jazz ensemble that uses a drum, but they use brushes. They typically, so far, they've only played inside the garage, though. They haven't played outside. In the past, when we've had bands that wanted to play there, that had bass and drums, a full complement band, we've staged them out in front of the store, pointed them toward the store itself, so that the store actually absorbs that sound rather than having that level of noise back in the backyard. That's been our way in the past. I imagine in the future, we'll do that in conjunction with a request for a variance, a noise variance.
What about stage lighting? You can have any intrusive strobe lighting or spots or anything like that?
No, we've got, in fact, we have an LED bar. Our stage lighting is actually pretty small. We have 3 lights that are pointed from the roof of the stage down to the floor of the stage. And the most sophisticated thing they do is switch back and forth, but they don't strobe.
Okay.
They don't strobe, and they're colored, and none of them are white.
Okay. What is your plan to enforce parking if it's deemed to be unruly?
Well, we do this all the time. If we have somebody that's parked, I particularly don't like to have a customer who has the experience of being at my store and gets a ticket. So when I'm aware that somebody's parked wrong, I try to find them and have them repark. That's just one of the things I do on a regular basis. We also have good working relationship with the police. I think the police are very accommodating in how they enforce the parking. They will come talk to me and ask me to locate somebody. They'll wait while I locate them, and the people will typically move. Well, the people will move. They don't typically move, they move. So in that regard, I mean, when we talk about enforcing parking, I try to notice when somebody is parked wrong, and we have some visible, predictable areas where the violation occurs. We've got a fire hydrant that quite often gets parked in front of. I actually have less sympathy for somebody who decides to take that chance because the fire hydrant is also right next to a sign that says no parking anytime. So you kind of hope that somebody gets a ticket there. But generally speaking, we just try to keep our eyes up, and sometimes the neighbors will call me and say somebody's parked in front of my spot or my house or whatever, and they're illegally parked. Sometimes those folks aren't actually at the Midway when they're doing that.
Appreciate that answer. Same line of thinking, what's your plan to enforce occupancy limits? I think you got capped it at 100 people. Is that what I read right?
Yeah.
Will you have security or a door guy or somebody with a clicker?
Well, that would be me, and we keep a regular count of our occupancy or of our attendees. I don't want to disappoint anybody, but 55 or 60 is a great turnout. The suggestion that we're going to regularly get 100 people, I don't know how to regularly get 100 people. It's very often the case that we get 20 or 30. It takes a lot of promotion and a lot of perfect weather to get in the 50 or 60 range, but it's I don't think we've ever had an event, open to the public event, that's been 100. We certainly haven't had any private ones. Private ones we would control just by a contractual agreement, but the public events, I don't anticipate that that's going to ever be the case.
Last question, could you maybe talk about the difference between what you're proposing and the Summer Breeze concert series, which is also an outdoor music series located basically inside of a residential area?
Well, they draw a lot bigger crowd than I do. Well, they draw a bigger crowd than I do, and they use full-scale, both full-scale bands and full-scale amplification. They can be heard throughout the neighborhood, and we typically can't. When the first time that the police officer came by to respond to a complaint last year, he walked in the store and asked the clerk, "Where's the music?" because you couldn't hear the music out in the parking lot. The music was in the backyard, and he went out the side door and saw that there, you know, some pretty sedate music. The kind of music that we present is just not the kind of music that Summer Breeze does. They do full-scale bands, full-scale entertainers, and we don't. But ours is designed also, we don't do it just to be quiet. We do it because we're trying to set a particular atmosphere where the people who come to listen to the music can actually enjoy themselves, listen to the music, have a conversation with the person next to them. Too loud is too loud. Too loud is not just too loud for the neighbors, it's too loud for our patrons.
I appreciate you making that distinction. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Tortorella?
I appreciate the presentation, and you asked my questions, but let's go back to noise. So a lot of the calls and emails we've been receiving is, you know, how do you moderate the noise? Do you have we have a meter out there to keep it at a certain level within the ordinance?
Well, we don't have a decibel meter. I have tried using a phone-based app. I had a nice conversation with a gentleman that came by and offered his expertise if I needed it. He was a sound engineer and had been a consultant in the Hollywood Corners case. You know, his remark to me really went to the current ordinance and the insufficiency of the ordinance itself, that having a decimal meter doesn't actually constitute having the ability to accurately measure noise. And as a sound engineer, he explained to me that there are, you know, 3 or 4 different filters that you use for different situations, and that you have to have some training in order to really adequately or sufficiently measure it. So we don't try to measure it that way. We did our best. We did our best to cooperate with our neighbors when they were when Dr. Anderson was first concerned about the level of noise. We invited him to come and actually work with the band and modulate the soundboard to his satisfaction. And I think it's regrettable that that wasn't actually enough. But we have a soundboard that just has volume knobs, can go up and down. But I can tell you, if the band's too loud, the patrons are the first ones that are going to notice it because it's unpleasant.
Remedies for people who live nearby, if someone calls and complains about the noise level, is there a number they can reach you?
Absolutely.
Walk across the street, knock on your door. So how receptive would you be to calls, say at 8 o'clock at night?
Well, I'm probably going to be at the event. There's a pretty good chance I'll be at the event, but if I'm not at the event, I take calls all the time.
Go back to the parking. You know, parking enforcements don't usually work on Saturday and Sunday. So how are you going to enforce that, the parking? Will you have someone go out and kind of walk around to make sure that they're not parked
Well,
in neighbors' homes?
I can tell you, I've never, in my experience, I've never had a situation where I told somebody that they couldn't park where they were parked because it was either a no parking space or that it was in front of a fire hydrant or whatever. I've never experienced somebody telling me to get lost, they were going to park there regardless. It's just the first line of defense is to be pleasant and still firm that they can't park there. About the only part of the code that I'm not going to be able to enforce is 30 feet from the corner. I'm not going to get out there with a tape measure and tell them that you're 28 feet from the corner, you're going to have to move. But generally, my experience has been that if I ask somebody to move, they'll move. There's just, I just don't experience a situation where there's resistance at that point.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your
Yeah,
answer.
thank you.
Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. Okay, so several of my questions have been answered, but I do have a few. Regarding the time, so Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, between noon and 9 is when you can have events. Are you anticipating having 3 consecutive days in a row of events that are noon to 9 p.m.?
No, no.
Or how do you plan to, what is your,
Well, two on any given weekend is probably going to be our limit. We do have, we've been trying to have a little jazz ensemble next door in our overflow room on Sundays. Hence the 12 o'clock deal. But the most of our events take place between 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Our typical booking is 7 o'clock till 9. It takes extra staff for me to do that. We also operate a food truck, and that takes extra staffing. So, for instance, we can on Friday we've got a concert you should all come see because it's in support of a great local cause, and Jared Deck is going to sing inside the store on Friday evening, and that's great. But it also takes 2 extra people there, and then our food truck is going to be operating that day at the softball super regionals. That takes 2 extra people, and so our staff of 12 or 13 people is easily stretched to its limit by just a couple of events. So we try not to find ourselves booked that way. We had one week last year where we had 3 concerts in a row because a couple called me, a duo called me and said, hey, we're traveling from California to Nashville. Can we stop? We've heard about your spot. Can we stop? And I allowed them to do it. We had, I think, 4 people show up to listen to him. But that didn't take many extra personnel. But typically, we're not going to back ourselves into a corner like that with back-to-back bookings. What we really have, the reason to have the Spud describing a Friday, Saturday, Sunday is because when bands want to come play or when we want to get somebody to come play, we have to have some menu of availability that matches their availability. They may be at the Blue Door on Friday and they can come on Saturday, or they may be at the Blue Door Saturday and they'll come on Friday. So we've tried to give ourselves the option to have them any of those days, and we felt like those were also weekend days, so should be more compatible with the neighborhood.
okay, so you're not anticipating having nonstop music for 9 hours a day, 3 days?
No. We do the vast majority of our business. We probably do 85% of our business between the hours of 11 and 3. And that, first of all, doesn't need any priming, doesn't need any extra draw in the form of music. And secondly, it would be just absolutely disruptive for the business.
Okay. And, okay, so do you have a current capacity inside of the Midway?
42.
42. Do you have a current guest limit for events that you could have now?
Not under current zoning. Current zoning doesn't have any specified limits, and that was one of the things that we were encouraged to come up with in the SPUD. And in our first application, regrettably, that was seen as an attempt to expand our capacity, but it is in fact a reduction in capacity from unlimited to a very specific limit.
Okay, and if you were to have a non-amplified music event currently, are you limited to the number of those events you could have per year or at any given time? As long as you weren't playing loud music, but you could have, basically, could you have a large gathering at the Midway as long as you don't have to get a permit?
No, I
could
think that,
contribute to parking.
you mean like right now?
Yes.
Or do you mean under the auspices of the SPUD?
Under the current zoning, could you have a large gathering at the Midway? Say you're not having loud music, so you don't need to get a variance, one of the 7 per year, but a large gathering that could lead to parking being an issue.
Yeah, as I understand the city codes, there's no prohibition against us having a gathering. We had a gathering for a graduation ceremony on Saturday, a high school graduation on Saturday. We also had a small gathering for prison ministry on Saturday. We've had gatherings there for years, and I've never been made aware of any sort of limit to the size of those gatherings.
So parking could be an issue even if there's not music.
Parking, yeah, that's right. Parking is an issue. I mean, it is an issue for us. And as much as the neighborhood chafes under the parking, we actually chafe with them. We would love to have unlimited parking like some of the, the other kind of developments in strip malls or whatever. It's a limitation that we live with because that's where we could afford to buy that. And that was a business I could afford to buy. And so it came with those limitations, and those limitations remain. I'm very proud of the fact that over the years, we've never sought to increase our parking footprint by knocking down a house, by buying a house, knocking it down, and putting in more parking lots or parking spaces. That is something that was a trend for a long time, and we've never had an eye to doing that.
And you mentioned that with the SPUD, it would kind of cement the way the Midway looks currently. No additional impervious surface, couldn't be torn down.
Right.
Would all have to come to council for approval for any changes like that, up to 5%, I guess is what.
Yeah, I think that's one of the greatest benefits to the neighborhood, is that it really locks down what that piece of property can be used for, how that use can be. And so even if I were to want to retire and sell the place, it's only going to sell to somebody who's willing to operate this particular business within the parameters of the SPUD. And if they want to step outside of those parameters, they'll have to come back and ask for the council's decision. They'll have to consult with the neighborhood, just like we've had to tonight. They'll have all of the same arduous process that we've had. And that probably means that our property has a value today before you vote that may be diminished by your vote. But we think that for us as businesses, the business reflects what we have wanted to do. It reflects who we are and what we think is a good business. So we don't object to tying it down to being what it is, even when we're gone.
Appreciate that. And in regard to enforcement of parking, for example, in your experience, even though the parking enforcement staff isn't always on duty, in your experience, has the Norman Police Department Patrol Division been responsive, and have they enforced the ordinance when called upon, in your experience, in that area?
Yeah, that's been my experience. That they are not only responsive, but also very pleasant about it, which as a business operator, you have to really appreciate, because there's a delicate relationship that has to be maintained.
Okay. I appreciate you answering my questions. My last couple questions, I think, are for planning staff, if Jane is here and doesn't mind coming up. Yes, please. I really just
Thank you
had,
all.
thank you.
I'm going to call you back up, Bob.
Yeah, I think so. Don't go far, probably. Yeah. So really, maybe just a brief overview, if you wouldn't mind, of the current zoning and what's currently allowed and how a SPUD is more restrictive, or not in some cases, but in this case, how would it be more restrictive? What does the current zoning allow when it comes to parking requirements, height limits, things like that? If it were to be redeveloped at any point, what would the current zoning allow?
So if it were to, Jane Hudson, Planning Director, so if they did not rezone it and they kept it as the C1, correct, is what you're asking?
Yes.
So of course, I mean, there's a whole list, antique shop, retail sales, which would be like appliance stores, a lot of retail, so a catering establishment, childcare, of course, the restaurant. It could have a grocery store, hardware store, offices. Trying to see if it could be a liquor store. Again, that's retail. Medical marijuana, processor, tier 1 and 2. And then as far as the setbacks, in the C1, you have a 25-foot front yard setback, side yard. There's technically no side yard unless it's adjoining a residential district. And then rear, except where it's against an alley.
So both
Can be
those
20.
instances, it is in a residential area and it is against an alleyway. So it would have setback requirements on all sides.
Right.
Potentially.
Mm-hmm. And then, recently we changed our parking requirements. So technically, within the C1 district, I believe that's the one that or the commercial districts, those are now recommended. So they would not have an actual requirement on that parking.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to kind of give some brief overview of what is allowed there currently, just so everyone's on the same page about that one. Okay, I will probably have more questions after we hear from comments from the public. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Schuler, did you have a question? Is it for Bob?
I think Jane could address it.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be the applicant. So we heard earlier Mr. Thompson talking about the outdated nature of our noise ordinance. And just for everybody's awareness, I did bring that item to our retreat last year, hoping that we could work on amendments and upgrades to our noise ordinance in relation to bringing it into current times and to allow for better enforcement of noise violations. Does the SPUD narrative language allow for us to upgrade or change the ordinance, and would the applicant still be, would they still have to comply with our updated ordinance, not just only the current ordinance?
Well, I can easily be corrected, but I will say that, yes, if we update the noise ordinance, they would still be required to be compliant with that. There's nothing in this document that talks about decibels or anything like that.
Okay, so if we make, the noise ordinance more restrictive, then they would have to be compliant with those newer restrictions.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Holman, did you have more questions? Okay. Thank you, Miss. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item, Madam Clerk. Has anybody signed up?
Yes, sir. Okay, just so everybody knows, I know there was a lot of nervousness and about whether or not you're going to get to talk or not talk. Everybody that has signed up will get to speak tonight. So I'm just calling you in the order that you signed up. Whether you're pro or con, doesn't matter. You will all get to speak. So we will start tonight with Kenneth Womack. You are still limited to 3 minutes, by the way.
Yes, sir.
3 minutes.
Kenneth Womack, 511 West Eufaula. There's 3 houses between myself and the Midway. I've lived there for over 30 years. I very much enjoy living in this neighborhood. It's a very pleasant, peaceful, quiet, somewhat charming neighborhood. We're not here asking for anything in particular tonight. We just want to simply maintain the atmosphere that we have in our neighborhood today. We're just simply trying to preserve and protect our quality of life as it exists today and for years in the future. So yes, then why are we here? Because the applicant is asking for permission to alter our quality of life and our living experience. How? Here, by giving him permission to invite maybe as many as 300 strangers a week into our neighborhood. You know, that's 1,200 potential people a month, over 14,000 people a year. We're not a tourist attraction. This isn't an event center, it's a neighborhood. You know, you ask about the comparison to Summer Breeze. One of the planning commissioners attempted to make that comparison during that meeting, and I'll tell you what the difference is. First of all, Summer Breeze is a not-for-profit activity. It's sanctioned by the city of Norman, and it's on city property, okay? They have 2 events a month for a 4-month period. That's 8 events for the entire summer. It's over a quarter of a mile away from our neighborhood, and we're simply not impacted by that. This SPUD does not add or improve the cultural experience of our neighborhood. It doesn't improve the living experience. But let's be clear. We're not opposed to the activity that he is proposing. In fact, we're fans of it, just not in this location, just not in our backyard, not in our neighborhood. You know, I think if you guys would test your heart, you would probably find that you would not approve this in your neighborhood. So I ask you tonight, I compel you to vote as if this was being proposed for your neighborhood and simply just do what's right. This is mainly about money and the contentment of the people in the neighborhood. Money for the applicant, contentment for the neighbors.
Next, we have Cynthia Rogers.
Rogers, still Ward 4. I'm not an immediate neighbor of this property, although I have enjoyed many a lovely evening and afternoon there. I have 2 concerns or questions. One is, does this SPUD create a precedent that any C1 zoned property could then say, oh, we get a SPUD for outdoor music too? And I think the one property that had a lot of contention was a Noun Hotel. And if you recall, there was a lot of controversy about the impact on the neighbors and the outdoor patio situation. So does this open up for then the Noun to say, well, you did it for Midway, so you have to do it for us. So now we can have amplified outdoor music blasting on the neighbors. We know precedent is one of those issues that's brought up, and maybe the city hasn't had great success fighting those off. So I worry about what this opens up. The other thing I want to know about, I guess maybe somebody from the police department can answer this, is do they actually come with some device to measure the noise, or do they just come and say, doesn't sound bad to me? So I think people would like to know if there is some measure of this. So there's a record, because I suppose if you can't measure, then you can't really find people. It doesn't really stick. So those are my concerns.
Benjamin Alpers.
208 Chautauqua, right across the street from the Midway. I've lived at 208 Chautauqua since 1998, and what I can tell you is things in terms of people's getting along with each other has never been as bad in our neighborhood as it is right now. And the precipitating events of it making it this bad were those music events last summer. They created too much noise. Now, I think we have a real problem with our noise ordinance, and that's not our fault, that's not Bob's fault, that's the city's fault. But it's not working now. The parking situation is not working now. That's not Bob's fault, that's the city's fault. We have laws in this city, they should be enforced. They are not enforced over the weekends, at night. And I appreciate Bob trying to get people to move their cars if they're parked illegally, but honestly, that's not his job. And it's not working. It's not working. And the sound was a problem. And the fact that someone sitting in a concert feels this is not too loud for a concert doesn't mean it's not too loud across the street, 2 rooms into my house when I'm trying to read, not listen to a concert. And it's not 8 nights a week, a year like Summer Breeze. It's up to 3 times a week, 52 weeks a year. And we also heard from Bob that he has these ideas of sound abatement, which is great, but he also doesn't know if they're going to work. I'm glad he's honest about that. What we need is a sound ordinance that works, enforcement for parking laws so they work, and then real sound abatement, which will work and will get under the noise ordinance. Because listen, I'm not against live music. And I have my doubts about 100-person events, but I think it will be possible to have outdoor live music events in the backyard of the Midway. But we are nowhere near there now. We have a dysfunctional noise ordinance. We don't have parking enforcement. And these events now raise the temperature in the neighborhood, raise the noise to unacceptable levels. And again, it's not, I don't think, what Bob wants to do is make money. He's a businessman. That's his job. Your job as a city is to have ordinances that function for neighbors as well as businesses. And right now, the noise ordinance does not function to abate the noise from the music coming from the Midway. It can work, it's not working now, and simply permitting Bob to have 3 events a week like this is just going to make matters worse. Say no to the SPUD and work for a real solution that will allow both music and peace in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Peter Petromelli.
I just felt compelled this evening to speak on this, even though I'm not an immediate neighbor. I spend a lot of time at Midway. I've gotten to know Bob over the years, and I probably have friends on both sides of this issue. But there's a couple things I wanted just to talk about, expanding on what Jane had mentioned. There are a couple things that I wanted to bring up that I don't think may have been articulated very well, but currently there are some uses in the C1 zoning that I think are troublesome, and Bob's giving those things up. And one of them is Tier 1 and Tier 2 medical marijuana processing, as well as marijuana dispensing. There's also almost every single use in the CO that's allowed in the C1 that wasn't quite brought up, and there's a whole laundry list of those, including apartment hotels, as well as the recreation and incidental uses that go along with those. And those are both indoor and outdoor uses that all of these people, in any of these uses, would, if somebody else owned this or Bob owned this, would not be here tonight. They can come in there right now, put in medical marijuana. They're not back here. They go right now, do a 2.5-story apartment hotel, and they would not be back here. They could maximize that site out at 85,000 square feet of buildable space. They'd have no parking requirement for any of that. And even more so than that, there's restaurant, which restaurant includes fast food. Fast food includes drive-throughs. And so there's a lot here that I don't think is being taken into consideration when we look at one item. There's this perception that this may is always going to be Midway. And the reality is that if we run people like Bob Thompson out of town, somebody's going to come in here and they're going to have the opportunity to turn this into something that is a significant problem because of all the allowed uses. And so, I don't know. The only thing that I like to say is that, you know, instead of listening to music or having the opportunity to listen to music or be involved in that, I don't know how many times, 3 times a week, 52 times a year, which is not going to actually happen because it's not sustainable, but they could listen to 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Would you like fries with that? And it's allowed. It's absolutely allowed.
Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, still Ward 4. Unfortunately, this whole Midway issue has been kind of a mess, and frankly, it's mostly the city's fault. Firstly, the city never clarified the current legal status of outdoor entertainment at Midway right now. It still seems ambiguous when you're listening in the room. Under C1 zoning, Midway should have never been allowed to do any outdoor live entertainment. That's specifically forbidden for restaurants in a C1 district. Live entertainment isn't even a special use in C1. And the city has sort of winked at that usage by allowing the applicant to use a variance in the noise ordinance as basically a coverall for a variance in the zoning ordinance, which really doesn't make any sense. And I think had it been clear from the word go that without a SPUD, Midway couldn't do any outdoor entertainment, then we'd be having a very different conversation right now. Initially, the Planning Commission would have heard a very different presentation from the applicant, in that the lawyer for the applicant wouldn't have claimed that the SPUD involved no change in use. Of course it does. That's why it was required. The city knows that. And then further, I think the SPUD negotiations would have been a lot more productive. I don't think anyone wants to see Midway do zero live entertainment, and I think most people want them to be able to do it sort of outdoors. So some kind of SPUD is certainly appropriate. And the neighbors would have a lot more trust that the city would enforce a reasonable SPUD conditions if it had been enforcing its prior zoning laws. So part of the distrust that you're going to hear tonight is from people who frankly don't think you're going to enforce the rules that are in the SPUD. So the well is poisoned a little bit right now, and it's kind of a shame, and it stems from a perception, which is not totally wrong, that the city doesn't have a consistent set of rules and it doesn't enforce the rules that it has in a very consistent way. And really the only way to handle this is a cooling down period where we're clear on the necessity for some sort of a SPUD for Midway. I think that's clear, but also the necessity to take into account legitimate concerns, and that's going to require the city to make certain kinds of guarantees about enforcement. So the city's got a part in this too. So I mean, I hope Bob would be willing to withdraw this to a date certain or postpone or ask for that, because I think that's the only thing that's going to solve what you're going to see tonight, which is nobody trusts anybody right now, which is too bad. Thanks.
Dana Anderson.
Anderson, we own 306 Chautauqua where we live and 207 Chautauqua, which is the property that backs up to the Midway that started this whole thing. I wanted to address a couple things that Bob said just to kind of clarify. And I'm glad Stephen Ellis mentioned trust. A year ago when Bob started holding these concerts, I immediately went and talked to him on behalf of our neighbor renter, who is a wonderful contributor to our neighbor, who did not want to complain about the music, but could not utilize her home because it was blasting into her bedroom window. And she couldn't do anything in her house. But anyway, he told me, oh, Dana, this is all going to be acoustic. Acoustic. He is now saying the word amplified. That is not what he said last summer. she very kindly asked if he could try to hold music in the parking lot space, which he did one time. I don't know what he's talking about when he said we always have amplified music in the parking lot. That was one time. He used to have it at the Midway Jam, which was the once-a-year block party that we haven't had in 7 years. So all the music has been in the backyard. All of it has been amplified. So that has kind of been my bone to pick all along, is I've asked him, what do you consider acoustic music? I'm picturing a couple people playing a guitar unplugged so that people can talk and enjoy their sandwiches. He has never answered that question. I feel like we are being blackmailed into accepting this because, God forbid, we could have something else in there. Nobody wants Midway to go away. We've lived there 20 plus years. Our kids have grown up with Midway Grocery. We've sat by while expanded into a deli with a lunch crowd that doesn't really bother us because we're mostly all at work. The problem started when he bought the property next door. He had a meeting with the neighborhood at Lee Hall's suggestion, and all he said was, I'm going to use the garage for catering prep space, and I'm going to expand seating into the backyard. It's lovely. It's charming. Nobody is arguing that. There was no mention made of outdoor concerts, wedding receptions. He has put up advertising, which he has since taken down because it's not allowed right now. Advertising, have your 21st birthday here, have your retirement party here. I'm waiting for my son's Kappa Sig fraternity to host a party there. I mean, I don't know. Some of the things he holds are fundraisers, and nobody is questioning Bob's commitment to community. Nobody is questioning his commitment to helping out the city of Norman, but make no mistake, it's also in his pocket. I would like to quote to you the mission statement for the City Council of Norman. It says, through sustainable, innovative
Ruth Walker.
Walker, 524 West Comanche. I live 100 feet from the subject property. The applicant is asking for a right to create noise in our residential neighborhood, asking you to give him that right. This is not a right that you're going to pull out of thin air. This is not a right you're just going to develop new. You can't give him the right to make noise in the neighborhood until you take away the residents' right to not have noise in the neighborhood. When I bought my house, one of the things I bought was the right to go in my backyard and not be bothered by the noise. I also bought an obligation not to bother my neighbors. It's a reciprocal obligation. It's what the fabric of a neighborhood is woven out of. And it's worked fine for decades. Even Bob's commercial enterprise, he couldn't make too much noise. That's why we're here. He was violating the noise ordinance. In order to give him this right to make noise, you've got to take away my right. You've got to strip it from me. When I sell my house, if you vote for this, I'll be selling less than what I bought, because I won't be able to convey to the new owner the right for her to go into the backyard and listen to the birds and not hear the music or the noise, okay? It's a real tangible right. It's the same rights that you have in your neighborhoods. But you can't take a right from me or my neighbors without going through a certain process. And there's been no process here. There's been no notice, there's been no hearing, there's been no offer of just compensation. I don't want compensation. My property rights aren't for sale. They're not to be negotiated or compromised away. They're certainly not for you to take. They're my property rights. If you want to take them, you have to go through a certain process, and you have not done that. I'm not kind of asking you to weigh in about whether or not what the legalities of taking my property rights are. That's a later question. The question is, what message are you going to give to the city of Norman tonight? Is it that you respect the rights of the citizens, or that if the applicant is favored by you, you will strip rights from homeowners and give superior rights to someone for the purpose of making money? Because that's what this is about. You will increase the value of his property, you will decrease the value of mine and all my neighbors. You all want to tell people to put delis in their neighborhoods. Oh, please, people, do not put a deli in your neighborhood, because someone's going to come along and say, hey, I've got a great idea. Let's put an entertainment center there, and there goes your neighborhood.
James Aiken.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I'll finish the mission statement that Dana started. Through sustainable, innovative policies that enhance the lives of all residents, the Norman City Council are stewards of the public trust, committed to improving quality of life and responsibly investing in our future. Quality of life, enhancing the lives of all residents. You've heard several instances where if this spot is approved, that we will be at risk. We are threatened with a loss of quality of life. We are threatened with policies that do not enhance the lives of us. I'd like to, I agree with everything that's been said. I don't need to repeat it. I'd just like to put a little bit of color into what Ken Womack said. The number of people outside the residence, the neighborhood. The parking enforcement, that's one thing, that's an issue. I have been filming recently some issues with parking that has not been enforced. And they include absolute bottlenecks in the neighborhood right now, midday at lunch, that would prohibit the passage of emergency vehicles, let alone being a total inconvenience to the neighborhood, to the residents. Parking enforcement has not been occurring, as Mr. Alpers said, not the job of the applicant, job of the city. The fact is that it hasn't. Now we're talking about parking enforcement at 9 o'clock on Sunday. We're talking about enforcement at 9 o'clock on Saturday. We're talking about enforcement at 9 o'clock on Monday, with up to 100 residents, regardless of whether the applicant says he's going to get 50. When we joined the SCC, I imagine after a football game, there might be 100 LSU fans. I don't know. There's alcohol, there's wine, there's beer. These people that are attending will be coming through my neighborhood, looking for their car, possibly trampling on my lawn, leaving trash, making noise, and that has nothing to do with enhancing the quality of life for me in my neighborhood. For my neighbor's children, on a school night, well, that's not a school night, Sunday, they're going to school the next day. What's that doing for them? Not enhancing. So I also beg you as well, think about this as if this were your neighborhood. Is this an enhancement for you? I think you'll come to the same conclusion if you put your heart into it. I appreciate it again.
Jane Crumpley.
Jane Crumpley, 423 Elm. I wrote a letter to the Planning Commission. I'm sure it's in your packet, so you've seen my concerns. I also sent each of you an email, so I'm not going to repeat all of that. I think that the biggest concern I have at this point in talking about a SPUD is to make sure, if the SPUD is granted, that in that SPUD, in that zoning ordinance, it is clearly stated what the applicant has agreed to, so that in the future, if there's an issue, then it's a zoning violation, and it will have to be dealt with by whoever, maybe come back to you all. The other concern is if it's sold. If it's not in writing in there to have this person come back to change this, again, they can do pretty much what they want. They're not going to be bound by it if it's not included in the zoning. I think that another concern I have is that there's not been any agreement to kind of a maximum number of people who may be at this event. 100 or 150 people seems a lot. I mean, even 75 could be, depending on what the event is, how much alcohol is consumed, and so forth. I do agree with the comment that Bob made about parking enforcement, but that's during the day. Parking enforcement during the day, Monday through Friday, from 8 to 5, are great. They're polite, they're considerate, they try to give warnings and not just issue tickets. The concern is the after 5 and the weekend, when then it falls to our police department, who is pretty much undermanned now, and to get one of those officers to come instead of perhaps checking on a burglary or a suspicious person in a neighborhood. I mean, I don't think any of us would want that to happen. So, I mean, there's a lot of concerns, but parking is big, and so I appreciate your time.
Hi there, Joe Carter, 1524 Magnolia Street, Ward 2, 30-plus year resident of this city that I'm very much passionate about and love very much. And I come speaking in behalf of this ordinance and behalf of the changes for Midway. I'm speaking not only personally, but also I own 2 businesses, one a large animal veterinary clinic, a small animal veterinary clinic. We have between 40 and 50 employees, many of them between 20 and 30 years of age. We also have thousands of customers in this city. And the things that I constantly hear, what does this city needs? Well, other than another place to walk your dog or a trail to ride your horse, it's more entertainment options for this city. This is something that Midway has recognized as a deficiency, and I see this as a positive move for our city, not just a selfish endeavor on their part. This is something that our city needs. The second reason I support this is that we know these people. These have been 25-year residents of this city or business owners that have been givers. They are givers to this community. They're constantly thoughtful. They're seeking middle ground. You can see by all the effort that he's gone through tonight, of all the effort that he's put into this, that there are people that we want to be successful in this city. Third, from an economic development, they are local owners. And the multiplier effect of monetary economics with a local owner is much more profound than an out-of-state or an out-of-city owner. That money is going to amplify in our community. And why is that important? Because that generates, with each passing dollar, sales tax revenue. And why is that important? Because it keeps Anthony happy. And when Anthony's happy, we're all happy because we have money to do the things that we want to do in this city, which is address homelessness. It's address affordable housing. It's to give police officers pay raise. It's to fix the bridges. We need money to do all that. And in closing, we've been here before. 5 years ago, we went through this same process. I was on city council. I remember it vividly. It was one of my very first city council meetings. I was torn apart by it. The division and the concerns and all of the factors. But in the end, this was with the Hollywood Quarters and Toby Keith, and we had neighbors, and this room was way more packed. And all the council meetings back then, Brenda, they were all more vitriolic. I mean, they were always loud. But in the end, city council made the decision to move forward and allow that. And I would say in hindsight that all these fears did not come to fruition. It was inconsequential. It's been a successful business. I encourage you to move forward. We've got good local citizens that are trying to do something positive for this community, and I urge you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Odette Horton.
Horton. I live at 318 College Avenue, just down the block from Midway. I've enjoyed it over the years, but this is a step too far. I've appreciated hearing everybody's perspective. It does sound like yet another SPUD proposal to withdraw and work on until some of those city issues get fixed. And Bob I find it a bit disingenuous that he's applied to have, in the first proposal, a limit of 150 people, this one 100 people, but comes up and says, oh, I don't think I can even get 50. That would be great. Well, why are you applying for 100? You're in business. You want the 100. You want the 3 days a week. So figure out what you want and get it down. I think that this should just summarily be rejected. It says that it's the intent of the applicant to develop and use the property in an innovative and progressive manner that substantially improves the cultural and living experience of the surrounding neighborhood. So having a wedding reception outside in your side yard with music, is that innovative? My husband and I got married 42 years ago in my brother's yard. We had music outside. I don't see what new that brings to the neighborhood. Progressive, I don't know, but substantially improve the cultural and living experience of the surrounding neighborhood. 3 nights of private events to which none of the neighbors are invited, but we suffer the consequences and the inconveniences and calling the police. I've called the police on parking, and it's at the bottom of their list. I would rather the police be doing the job they should be doing and parking enforcement do what they do. But I can say if you're not meeting what you stated, the criteria of what a SPUD is supposed to do, which is to improve this city, well, then that's a misuse of this zoning. Don't use SPUD zoning to have outdoor concerts. If you're going to not meet the criteria and intent of the zoning, that's what happened with the library in 1985. It didn't meet the criteria and it ended up in court. We don't want that to happen here, and I agree with what other people have said. I love music. I love Midway, but this is not the business for this neighborhood. Go to Campus Corner, go to Main Street, where the police already patrol, where it's made for that kind of business. Thank you.
Greg Standridge.
Thank you all for listening to me. I appreciate it very much. I am Greg Standridge. I'm a musician and artist. I've lived here in Oklahoma, or in Norman rather, since '83. Performing and playing and teaching music has been my total vocation. I've been playing at Bob's Place for as long as it's had music. And, you know, he talks about having about 20 people at his shows or 10. That's probably my fault, you know. I just did. But I keep practicing. Anyways, first of all, I'm there all the time playing music. The people that are there are my age and older. That's who comes to these shows. We have the greatest thing going over there where we have musicians coming from California, songwriters that are you know, on the road from, you know, way out on the West Coast, East Coast, all over the place that are coming here. And this wonderful venue is becoming a destination for a real small venue for great listening, not loud stuff. We had the noise police called on us one time while I was there playing outdoors, and the guy, he's going, why did somebody call? I said, well, we don't know, okay? We play acoustic guitars. We do play them through an amplifier. We're professionals that keep it down real low, and you know, I think it's being misled as to what's happening noise-wise out there. I really do. The other thing is that Bob is about as honorable and will work with just about anybody in the world. He's proved it for as long as he's lived here, and I would encourage you guys to vote for this. Thank you.
Austin Brewer.
My name is Austin Brewer. I live at 204 Chautauqua. Our front porch
looks directly across the street at the Midway Deli backyard. We moved back to Norman about 2.5 years ago, and to us, Midway Deli, or as my 5-year-old refers to it as Bob's house, is a gathering place for the neighborhood and a place where all are welcome. From our own experience, music at the Midway is no louder and in many instances less loud than Summer Breeze concerts on a Sunday evening all summer long, Norman High football games on Friday nights in the fall, Norman High track meets in the spring, or most notably, OU football home games on Saturdays. I attended Summer Breeze this past Sunday and caught the second half at home, clear as day, from our back porch 4 blocks away, 3 times the distance of Midway from our own house. More importantly, Bob has asked for inputs on sound levels and timing. I have offered my thoughts, and it's never been an issue. Even more importantly, we have a 5-year-old at home. She was 2.5 when we moved. Our daughter has never had a problem sleeping. I said this during the Planning and Zoning Commission as well, but I believe that I am one of the only, if not the only citizen speaking tonight with a young child at home, and music is not a problem, as I aforementioned. And moreover, you can most often find our daughter dancing on the Midway patio or in its backyard when music has been played in months and in years past. Prior to moving back to Norman, we lived in Austin, Texas for 3 years, and prior to that, Denver, Colorado for 5 years. Both are consistently ranked as top places to live on every list you look at. And we lived in communities that had neighborhood gathering spots similar to the Midway, great food, live music, and neighborhood friendship. Midway has this and more, a rarity in Oklahoma, neighboring states, and really communities across America. And it is a huge reason we chose to move back and live in this neighborhood, quite literally almost adjacent to the Midway. As an aside, I must say that as it currently is zoned with over 50+ commercial uses, there is no doubt in my mind, and as a professional opinion, as both a commercial real estate broker and a lawyer during my day job, that Bob has fielded and will continue to field offers by developers and investors looking to seize upon the unrest, and before his future rights are limited to 5 limited uses as detailed in the SPUD. This SPUD both protects and preserves the Midway, will remain the Midway for many years to come. Midway is the fabric of our neighborhood, and Bob, having owned and operated it since 1985, is one of the longest tenured residents around. It is only getting better. Although change is via growing pains is hard and uncomfortable for many, change and a path forward is the right move from our neighborhood, with Midway as the keystone, the apex of a masonry arch, per se. Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to apologize in advance if I butchered this name. Vitus Ringus? I'm sorry.
Lots of people have made a lot of the points I had. This is more of an opinion piece. I live at 530 West Eufaula, directly across the street, straight south. We are blessed with having a newer home, so I think our insulation's better, but I can tell you that I am in support of this SPUD. My wife and I have spoken to some of the neighbors. We've also spoken to Bob, and he's seemed quite fair about some compromises. We live in a high density population area. He was correct. We're sandwiched between Norman High, the shadow of the OU football stadium, Summer Breeze. Drunk people are always walking through our neighborhood for any of the games. I've found a drunk guy on my front porch that we managed to call St. Gregory's about. And I don't think the parking problem is going to change anytime soon. But I do believe that the tax revenue that could be generated from local dollars, and I do believe that the compromises that could be made will support and enhance the neighborhood, because I do not believe the music is too loud. I do believe that I have young children as well, 8, 11, and 13. And if we build the fence there that will help support or block the noise, Robert Frost would be pleased, right? So good fences make for good neighbors. So thank you for your time.
Adam Ross. I see him. He's coming.
Adam Ross, Ward 8. First, in regards to parking, emergency response times are important, yes, but also remember that for pretty much every other neighborhood, speeding is a huge problem. On-street parking is great for slowing cars, So take a look at the issue if it becomes one, but remember, nobody is settling down in a neighborhood for its great emergency response times. When it comes down to it, we should design our emergency vehicles for the streets we want, not our streets for the emergency vehicles we want. I disagree with the notion that this is just to help Bob's business to the detriment of the neighbors. The suburb we live in right now is very quiet. It's also boring and lifeless. Some of my neighbors seem weirdly hostile to us. If you're seen walking outside the hours of 5 to 7 p.m., people look at you suspiciously because very few people walk there to begin with. This area around Midway, however, is lively. The neighbors actually wave back to you. It is more walkable, so there are more eyes on the street, and it feels safe. I have a 6-month-old. My wife and I would love to raise our children right next to Midway, outdoor music and all. If you don't believe me, sell me your home. I've heard it said several times that many people want to live in this neighborhood, but most cannot because it has not been allowed to grow to invite more people in. My family would not only not mind outdoor music in our neighborhood, but we would welcome it because it tells me we have a community where we live that is lively and friendly. Lastly, there's tremendous unseen value in neighborhood commercial buildings like Midway, and I do think we need more of them. My concern is that people will point to Midway as a reason for why they don't want mom and pop shop corner stores in their neighborhoods, despite the enormous benefits they bring to build community, especially when acting as that gathering spot for neighbors. But there are 2 things to take note of here. One, it's only Thursday through Saturday. Bob has made a lot of compromises. Second, the location. This is in a neighborhood, yes, but it's the core of Norman. While I would encourage neighborhood commercial everywhere, I wouldn't necessarily encourage outdoor music everywhere. The reason being, we need a vibrant core. Actually, everything depends on Norman having a vibrant core. I've heard we want to be a park once area where you are willing to walk farther because there's plenty to look at and do. I've also heard many ask the question, how do we retain our young people? I think this item only helps with those things. And overall, it brings a net benefit to this neighborhood. When it comes down to it, we have to ask what kind of core we want Norman to have. To the council members and staff, I know this is very much a thankless job, so I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Dan Munson.
Dan Munson, Ward 6. So I spoke at the Planning Commission on this. And, I collected some information. When I hear something, I like to go research it. And so that's what I did. So I got some data. So one of the things, when my wife and I moved here 22 years ago, we looked at neighborhoods all throughout Norman. We actually looked at houses in this neighborhood. And the reason why we didn't buy a house there was because of the train. And do you guys know there's like 27 trains that run through Norman? You guys ever actually looked up when they run? Well, I have. 10:16 p.m., 12:35 a.m., 12:53 a.m., 2:40 a.m., 3:36 a.m., 4:02 a.m., 4:26 a.m., 5:53 a.m., 6:53 a.m., 7:34 a.m. The train was built like in the late 1800s, and in 2017, we passed a noise ordinance so they couldn't blow their horns. So that means if you owned a house in that neighborhood prior to 2017, you knew what you were getting into with some horns, right? Here's an article from the OU Daily. It says if you have residential properties close to the railroad track, then it can be very disruptive to your sleep, when you have these high-volume horns being sounded every 45 minutes, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, like is the case in Norman. There were some people that were worried about their property values. I can tell you, do not worry about your property values. In 2005, there was a house on Chautauqua that sold for $55,000. It's currently valued at $164,000. There's a house on Eufaula in 1988 that sold for $57,500. Today, it's valued at $448,600. Last November of '22, there was a house off of Comanche that sold for $248,000, and today it's valued at $400,000. Yeah, that was a good investment. You guys are killing it over there. And maybe I need to reconsider.
Fred Stewart?
I live at 302 College, directly across the street from Midway Grocery Store. Thank you for listening to me. I've lived there 34 years, so Bob was there a little bit before me, so we both moved in there, whatever, and with optimistic views that the neighborhood was going to get better, because quite frankly, it was scuzzy. It was bad. Mostly rental, slumlord properties. So since then, obviously, it has worked out really well for everybody, and things have picked up. It is a beautiful neighborhood. So knowing Bob that long, I just wanted to go to a little bit of history. All of a sudden, Bob's not going to change and decide to be a concert wizard and have hundreds of people every week at his place. He's been for the neighborhood, very conscientious for the neighbors. And so I just wanted to bring that point, not to mention the music. We've talked about parking. Anybody that lives there or has bought there knows that parking comes along with the neighborhood. There's always parking issues. Again, mentioning OU, stores, actually Eufaula is quite busy. So that's just normal, parking is. Noise, again, like I said, I live straight across the street. I rarely hear the music from Bob's store. If I go down on my front porch, I can hear it. Inside, rarely do I hear the music, so I'm not sure what the noise. I can maybe understand a back neighbor maybe being noisy, but again, there's just, he does keep it quiet. So that's pretty much it. Again, one thing that wasn't mentioned, that Bob does give beginning artists a chance. He has some artists that come that probably have never played before. Some of them are really good. Some of them probably I wouldn't have had there myself. The family came at least. So, but anyway, I'm quite for the proposal, and I hope y'all pass it. Thank you.
Yvonne Fisher?
Time and opportunity to speak. I am a newbie in the neighborhood. I bought 202 Chautauqua. I've been rehabbing it seems like forever, and certainly I'm going to run out of money before I get to the end of it. I'm looking forward to being part of the neighborhood, and so I just have a couple of things I want to say. One is the neighbors who are protesting certainly have the right to protest, but they don't represent all the neighbors. When they say, all my neighbors this or all my neighbors that, they don't represent all the neighbors. I am doing my best to remain neutral to a certain point. At some point in time, I felt like I needed to take a stand. But It is a wonderful neighborhood. Midway is a huge part of it. He has the best egg salad in town, and I've lived on it for about 2 months while we're rehabbing. But I want to tell you a little bit about how I ended up here tonight. I am a lifelong Oklahoman. I'm a retired attorney from the state of Oklahoma. First, I prosecuted for Tulsa County DA, and then I was with the Assistant General Counsel's Office of DHS doing adult protective service cases for 7 years. I retired and decided that I needed to be here in Norman, where all of my grandchildren are, and just a couple of months ago fulfilled a lifetime dream of buying a house that's actually older than I am, which is kind of hard to do. But that house is over 100 years old, and I'm honoring the memory of the woman who lived there most of her life. So my take on this tonight is there are arguments against SPUD, but SPUD is the law in this town, and you actually have precedent. You've acted under that law. You have parking ordinances, you have noise ordinances. You have a number of laws that have all been complied with by Midway in their activities. Bob stated that in 25 years, never had a citation. And so I think that in my experience as a lawyer, when I wanted to look at people and say, okay, they've really done this in the past, what will they do in the future? What I would tell a jury is past performance is a good indicator of future conduct. So when Bob stands up here and tells you how accommodating he has been and will be, how he works with police in the past successfully and he will in the future,
And the last speaker of the evening, Mark Calhoun.
Everybody, Mark Calhoun, 510 West Comanche. Thank you for staying so late and giving me an opportunity to speak. My wife and I purchased our home at 510 Comanche in the late 90s, so we've been there a quarter of a century now. That's hard to believe. We love our neighborhood. We chose that neighborhood specifically because it's the heartbeat of Norman. It's the pulse. It provides something culturally that we desired. That's what we wanted. And Bob was a big part of that. Midway is an incredible place. It's a staple. It's a destination place. I would encourage you to support this SPUD, and I respect my neighbors. I really appreciate all of them, and they do have the right to protest. But I have the right as well to be in support of this, and I would encourage you to please support Bob in this SPUD. Thank you.
Comfort, we're going to take a break until 10:30. Golly. When you say it out loud, translators. I don't know.
Whack your thing loud as Elizabeth's in the hall.
All right. Let's get back to work. There they are. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Okay, you have Elizabeth.
Oh, okay.
Rashard, then Helen.
Councilmember Foreman, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, but I will let the ward council member speak first. We'll circle back.
Okay, I just have some questions for planning and also PD or fire if they're still around. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Hi. I did ask earlier, so everybody could be prepared, but what are the penalties if you violate your zoning, and how are they enforced?
So hold on. I'm short, so don't turn it up too loud, right?
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot I muted all these, so it wouldn't go out over there. Go.
So typically, whenever we have a violation, we'll get a complaint. And typically, code officers will go out and they'll inspect. Of course, they work 8 to 5. So if we do get a complaint, we would need something, a verification that a video, or if PD did go out, there would be a call that they had gone out, and stuff like that. So if someone does violate their zoning, we would typically notify them through code. Realistically, they have 10 days to respond. In this case, it's a concert one night or it's a party or whatever. Clearly, that's already going to be done and over with. But we would have notified them and said, you've gone outside of your current zoning, you need to cease and desist and stay within your guidelines. If they continue to do that, there is a section in the zoning ordinance. It's under 36,569, and it talks about there are fines of not less than $50 nor more than $750 for each violation that may occur. Those, I believe it says that they compile, so they continue to compile as the offense goes on. But there's the citations, and then, in worst case scenario, which I wouldn't think somebody would continue after the fact, but worst case scenario, there could always be the option of a civil case that would be filed.
Okay. Would their business be shut down for any length of time? Or would they be,
I don't know that we could close their business.
or like a certificate of occupancy pulled, or I did see somewhere it was like,
Yeah, there's a whole list within what the code officers, so if you look at,
well, I'm going to say G. It was recommend that the council declare a nuisance or request the removal of any building, wall, structure, blah, blah, blah. And then, or revoke any permit where it is found that there's been misrepresentation of facts or a violation of this code.
This code, right.
It's pretty hefty. It goes all the way down to L, all the options that are available to the city to enforce zoning.
Well, a lot of that does deal with permits or life safety occupancy issues. And it would be, a question when it says revoke any permit where it's found that it's been a misrepresentation of facts. There is the occupancy, so, that could be I guess, up for discussion.
And also going with that, I did have a question that asked about the backyard and the entrances, if it was, like how many people can be in the back and how many fire exits need to be available to them. And I think maybe Greg had answered that.
Yeah, I think Greg can answer that one.
And I apologize, can you repeat that question, please?
One of the questions I got from neighbors was the fact that Midway is pretty fenced in. I think maybe there's 2 entrances in the front, and they were asking if there were potentially up to 100 people on the property and a large majority being outside. Would they be meeting fire code for those people getting out as it's set up now?
I'd have to see the exact arrangement to speak to it 100%, but in terms of a number of exits that would probably be required for 100 people outdoors, it would be 2 exits, would be more than sufficient.
Okay. Bob, would you like to talk about the setup of your backyard? Like, do you have 2 exits? 4? Okay. I guess the next question is for PD.
Good evening, everyone. Hi.
Can you talk about the decibel meters and how many we have? And I know it takes like 30 days after, if we vote yes on this, for this to come into fruition. So in 30 days' time, where are we on our ability to enforce the current noise ordinance?
Okay, currently we have four meters. They have not been utilized in a while. As a matter of fact, the individuals that we had trained on those, most are gone. We have one person left, and I think he last received training like 10 years ago. So we don't use the meters, like it was stated earlier by, I think, Mr. Thompson, that it's more than just going out and pushing a button and trying to read the noise level, decibel levels. It's actually, you have to measure the noise, the sounds at the time of the infraction, and then come back later during this at same time of day when it's quiet, and then measure again. So it's kind of a complicated process. So basically what we do, we go out and we'll actually, if we can hear it, we'll tell them and warn the person to turn the music down the first time, and secondly, if there's still a noise that can be heard, someone's willing to sign a complaint for disturbing the peace, we will then cite at that time. But no, the meters, we do not utilize those at this point.
So you're basically stating training is what would get them out in the field?
Training, and then they have to be recalibrated, because I'm sure they haven't been used in years.
I guess I could ask city manager what the time frame on the recalibration is.
We have the recalibration equipment in hand, and happy to go through that process in the next 30 days to make sure those tools are ready, working, and available for the police department's utilization. And as Jane mentioned, if it's Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, the code enforcement officers are on staff, and if it's weekends and evenings, it usually falls on the police department and the patrol division to go out and make those assessments.
We do have a parking enforcement officer that is available that works Saturday. They don't work Sunday. They work till 9 on Saturdays and 8 Wednesday through Fridays.
Okay. And I guess my questions like the Midway SPUD is its own thing, but it does bring up concerns about moving into the SEC and already our issues with noise and parking. Would it be possible to get extra parking enforcement for the times that we have gaps?
To me, that makes perfect sense. We anticipate much larger crowds making their way into Norman as part of the SEC, and there will be some staffing recommendations we'll be bringing to council as we move towards those opening seasons for the University of Oklahoma. So we get one more school year, one more year of athletics before we anticipate the big push. And as we're developing the next fiscal year's budget, we'll be bringing you a number of staffing recommendations to help make sure Norman is ready to be good hosts.
And then, I don't know if this question is for Catherine or PD, but the disturbing the peace, so you don't need a decibel reading or any kind of data to deliver that kind of citation?
No, you could sign a disturbing the peace if it's disturbing your peace.
Are there parameters on that? Like it has to be after 10 PM? It has to be something your officer said was loud and not being
No,
addressed?
if you're willing to sign a citation or a docket for disturbing the peace, you're allowed to do that.
So it's not maybe a good indicator of an actual noise violation?
Pardon me,
So it's probably not a good indicator of an actual noise violation if anybody can just do it and not have like data that says that they're violating?
Sure, you just have to disturb that person's peace and say, hey, that's too loud for me. And, you know, they've been told and, you know, not complying, and I want to sign a docket. We cannot tell them, no, you can't.
I guess this question is for Catherine. What happens when somebody gets a lot of disturbing the peace citations?
Typically, the penalties we would be recommending, that's a criminal citation filed in municipal court. Let me back up a little bit. There's citizen-signed complaints, so typically those are turned over to mediation, because oftentimes it's a neighbor issue that can be worked out. If we get repeated complaints, they can't work it out in mediation, it is possible it would be filed as a criminal charge, and then those penalties would ramp up as repeated charges were filed.
So even though we're struggling with parking and noise enforcement, the disturbing the peace could also act as another lever.
It could. Always our hope is that with mediation, they'll work it out, and typically that's the case.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Tortorella?
We're going back to Councilman Foreman. I think you answered all the questions I was going to ask. I mean, so we talk about precedents. The Noun Hotel, this is for Mrs. Walker. They asked for an outdoor venue at one time, correct?
I can't recall, there's Shane, if they had live outdoor music as part of their original request, but I do recall the issue coming up with playing music on the patio.
Do you think this is going to open the floodgates for everyone to put permits in and ask for a change?
They could always come back and ask for it, as could many other venues. I think what we have to remember is with PUDs and SPUDs, the whole point of those are to be unique, to be tailored to the area where they're operating. And so I think as long as we can do that, we'd be pretty comfortable that this would not set that type of precedent.
I have no other questions, thank you.
Councilmember Foreman? None? All right. If you want, do it.
Given everything we've heard tonight, I will be in support of this. I recognize we have some issues to work out, but we have a 30-day window to knock out some of that. And I do feel, after hearing about the disturbing the peace part, there are still mechanisms for the residents to make their displeasure known. And I do feel, given the work that Bob has done to address some of the issues with neighbors, with fencing and trees, that if past behavior holds, he'll probably be working with his neighbors moving forward, especially if you're giving him citations. So I will be supporting this.
Councilmember?
Thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate all of you that have attended tonight and that have reached out to all of us to share your perspectives on this as close neighbors and in many cases, longtime residents. I found this, I've been through hundreds of rezonings and spuds and issues over the years, and I have definitely found this to be one of the more difficult ones for the same reasons many of you have given tonight, that I think everybody loves the Midway. A lot of folks have commented that they bought their houses originally because of that type of neighborhood setting, and having a place like a local deli or a grocery store like that was a major factor. But at the same time, the concerns that residents have, I find to be very valid concerns as well, both on behalf of the city and when it comes to enforcing noise or parking. It's a challenge. I live on campus and right next to the stadium, and I definitely am aware of parking issues and noise for sure. And it is a challenge throughout the whole city when it comes to that. So this has been a really challenging issue to decide. There doesn't seem to be a real clear majority in favor or against, and so that makes it even more difficult. So I just appreciate, again, all of you. I tried to respond to all the emails and phone calls that I got. I apologize if I missed you, but I did try to make sure that I was able to acknowledge your correspondence with us, and again, just appreciate your involvement in this throughout the process, and hopefully we're able to come to some sort of solution with this going forward, whether this passes or not, that everybody can live with down the road. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Tortorella?
To add that this has been a big topic for the last 4 days, maybe the last week for us. A lot of phone calls, a lot of requests. We've heard from people who live in the area voting yes, want this, and we heard an equal amount that said no, we don't want this. We've heard from folks that don't live in the area but gave their opinions, which I didn't weigh. But the situation is that we've always asked for outdoor venues, and we've always asked for things to come to Norman. What makes this a difficult decision is the sound issue and private property rights. You know, out in Ward 5, we don't have these venues out there. You don't hear your neighbors, and we're on 10-acre tracts. It's quiet all the time. So I can't understand, I'm trying to feel sympathy that you're having these noise issues, but we do have a process, I believe, listening to both sides. I came in here not knowing which way I was going to vote, but we do have a process. Now, the ordinances do need to be updated. They do, you know, the zoning, the noise in particular, the parking issue. These are all issues that we're aware of and we have to work with and work within the system. I believe that the staff, NPD, zoning, in good faith, will try to do our best to ensure that these complaints are abated, that when you get these calls, Bob, that you will try to take care to the best of your ability, because at the end of the day, you know, what happens in your property and your noise, if it exceeds your fence line and it goes to your neighbors, that it infringes on their private property rights too as well. And I think that's something that this council, when we make this decision and vote, there's no right answer. Basically, there's no right answer. I don't think anybody can see clearly that yes, that we are going to protect the private property rights of your neighbors, or we're going to infringe on your rights to do what you want to do on your property too as well. But we've heard from both sides, we've heard from staff, and I think no matter what we vote and how we vote going forward, you know, we're going to do it with a clear conscience regardless. And I appreciate all the questions. I appreciate council for asking the questions, Bob for standing up here and speaking and doing the presentation. And I wish you good luck tonight. And I think we're all going to need it after this. It's going to be something that we discuss tonight and tomorrow and probably for the next couple of years, how we approach SPUDs, the venues in residential neighborhoods. It is going to be an issue, and I think, you know, I wish you the best tonight. Thank you.
Any further comments? Hearing none. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance with the substitute narrative on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance with the substitute narrative passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance with substitute narrative on final reading.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance with substitute narrative on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon final reading with the substitute narrative passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 34, ordinance 0222343, upon second and final reading, fixing the compensation of the city attorney consistent with the requirements for the city manager's compensation in Article 17, Section 1 of the Charter of the City of Norman. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
A motion second. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item? No? Excellent. Are there any further public comments regarding this item?
Yes, we have Cynthia Rogers.
Was that a wave off? Okay.
Okay. Stephen Ellis. Evan?
Council. City Manager Pyle, I know you love this community. I know you want to do the best job, and you're giving it everything that you've got. I know. But I do have one criticism of you. I see you drinking big gulps. And there is now an alternative that will give you adaptogenic mushrooms, probiotics.
Thank you, sir.
I wish you well. Thank you for your service.
Love you, bro. Thank you, sir. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 35, amendment of contract K 2223157, a contract by and between the City of Norman, the Norman Utilities Authority, the Norman Municipal Authority, the Norman Tax Increment Finance, and the Norman Economic Development Authority, and Catherine Walker setting forth the terms and conditions of employment as city attorney. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Are there any further questions from council regarding this? Excellent. Public comments regarding this?
Mayor, I just need to make one clarification, and this is my fault when I was putting this on here. This is actually a contract. It's not an amendment. It's the first time we've had this contract. And it is a contract, not an ordinance, and that's my fault because I got you all messed
Reject
up
the
there.
Contract. Okay, let me reread it. So what I'm saying is I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the contract.
There you go.
On second reading?
No, just the contract, plain.
Okay. I'm not going to read the title. It was too hard. At 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the contract.
Okay.
Excellent. Are there any further questions from council? Councilmember?
The record for those watching, this is a result of a voter-approved amendment to the city charter from last year that changes the position of the city attorney's office to being a direct employee of the city council instead of an employee of the city manager. Is that correct, I guess, for the record? Correct. Perfect, thank you.
Any further comments? All right. Are there any public comments? We tried that.
Evan.
Yeah, more beer, or cola.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor. Catherine, Mrs. Walker, you know how much I respect you. And I realize that your job is very difficult and that you must maintain a stoic demeanor. I would like to loan you this book by Václav Havel. It's called The Art of the Impossible. And we need everybody to be superheroes. So thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for your efforts.
Also, nothing as exciting as what Evan said, but I am so pleased for Catherine. She has served the city well and the citizens well. If we needed to talk to her, she was never too busy, and so I'm really excited. So, thank you.
Motion on the floor is to adopt the contract. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the contract passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Miscellaneous comments. Who is signed up for miscellaneous comments?
Well, let's see. We have quite a few, actually.
Oh.
Cindy Rogers?
Don't like going first. Cindy Rogers, still Ward 4. So it was a very difficult situation this evening with the Midway. And I guess I'm just disappointed because I don't see how the council did anything to bring this neighborhood together. Sort of kind of equally divided. It's equally divided. And after admitting that, well, we don't have a solution to the parking problems, we don't have a solution to code enforcement of noise, we don't have the noise ordinance in place, was approved. I'm ambivalent. Like I said, I like to go there, but it's not in my front yard. And I feel that was a missed opportunity. Saying you listen to people, but actually there's nothing tangible for the neighbors other than saying, well, you can file a disturbing the peace report. That doesn't bring a neighborhood together. That's not a resolution. That's not an improvement of the current situation. So I hope we can do better. The other thing I wanted to comment about is just, I've been thinking about Shannon Hanchett. I've been having some conversations with Rod Cleveland with the One Norman stuff. And I know the county has been doing some things in terms of oversight and accountability at the jail. But what I haven't seen is a discussion of NPD policy and how we're going to make sure, I'm sure things have been done, but I haven't seen it. I don't think the public has seen it, to see how following NPD procedure ends up with Shannon in the county jail for something that was relatively minor. Like that didn't need to happen. So I hope we can have that discussion. I hope we can get, because I'm not the boss of anybody, you can get NPD to have a public discussion about that of tangible, what are we doing? Have we looked at the policy? What are we doing? What tools are we giving police officers other than they can make the decision or not to take somebody who's obviously having a crisis to jail? So I hope we can have that discussion. I hope you guys can make that happen. Thank you.
Benjamin Alpers?
We're still Ward 4. I actually was going to start sort of where Cindy just started, which is to observe my neighborhood is a very divided neighborhood, and it's more divided than it's ever been before. 49.5% protest. That's as divided as it can get. And it's not that one side is right and the other side is wrong. I sometimes think of, the story of the blind man and the elephant, right? They each feel a different side of it, and they each describe something different, but they're all describing the same thing. This neighborhood is a neighborhood, and it's the sum of all of us. Some of us who are very in favor of what's going on in the Midway, some of us who are very against it. Maybe because we just have different experiences. Noise doesn't move evenly. Maybe because, we tolerate different amounts of noise. But the answer to this cannot be asking the neighbors to go to war against each other by filing a lot of disturbing the peace complaints. What's missing here is a workable noise ordinance. And I think you know this. You've said this from that side of the dais. Our noise ordinance isn't working. You heard PD up here saying they can't even operate the meters that measure the measure of this noise ordinance, right? So somehow, here's the thing, and I said this earlier, where we need to get is music in the Midway and a less divided neighborhood. The answer is not no music in the Midway, and I don't think any of us who were against the SPUD said that. But now we have the SPUD. So we have our lemons. Now we all need to work to make lemonade. So my advice is prioritize working on that noise ordinance. That's not something you're going to be able to do in 30 days because it's going to be a lot of hard work. But that's one key to solving this. Parking is another thing. And then somehow getting us talking to each other again. I have neighbors who don't look me in the eye anymore. It really has been very painful. And this is beyond the parking, it's beyond the noise. This is a neighborhood that's divided. And there's nothing you could have done to solve that tonight. But what you did made it just a little worse. So I'm hoping that we can all, as a city, as a neighborhood, and you as our elected representatives, think about ways to bring this neighborhood back together a little. Because one way in which I totally agree with the people on the other side of this issue is I love Norman, I love the core of Norman, I love the Midway neighborhood, and I think it's the heart of our city. And if the heart of our city is divided against itself, that's not good for any of us. So let's think about ways to get to that place where we are largely happy in the neighborhood again, and we can have music in the Midway. So that's my hope. I don't know if that's an optimistic or pessimistic way to end, but have a good evening.
James Pickett.
I live and I work in Ward 5, and I had a speech prepared, but I'm going to go off what that gentleman said. Their neighborhood's divided. Well, guess what? Our town is divided. Do you know what's wrong with our town? People don't feel safe in it. People don't go walking down the sidewalks on Main Street anymore. I came up here to tell you that I'm a victim of crime in this town, and I am. I've lost tens of thousands of dollars. The first time it happened, I reported it to the police, and the officer said, we're going to take your report, we're going to give it to the detectives, but nothing's going to happen because they don't want the crime rate to show that it's increasing in our town. I said, who told you that? He said, I can't tell you, it's my superiors. I halfway believed him, but I've heard that from either 3 or 4, let's just say 3 other officers since then. I don't even report the crimes anymore. I've had cars broken into, I've had people sleeping in cars. I'm a victim, and this whole town is being victimized, and the reason it is because the police department doesn't feel like they have the support of the leadership in this town. They don't feel like they're going to make any difference because they're going to bring people in, and our courts are just going to turn them right back out on the street because they can't afford to pay their fines or their bail. You know what? If I commit a crime in this town, they're going to make me pay bail because I can afford to. So that's a double standard. I've got students that their siblings are coming to Norman and they're asking me, where do I live in Norman? Where's a safe place? I say, go to school somewhere else. Norman's not a safe town anymore. And that's the truth. And I'm not trying to sound harsh. I employ homeless people. I employ people who are poor. I do what I can to help the community. but enough is enough. We need to hold the leadership of this town accountable, and we need to make crime a crime again. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Ellis?
Excuse me. Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I think I detected council members taking some ownership for the mess that the Midway Deli Spud sort of has become in this town. And I think that's really good. So I thought that was a very positive way to sort of end that discussion. And I think maybe that's the best we could hope for, because I don't want to see a Midway without any music. I think that would be a disaster. But also, I think we cut ourselves off, as Ben said, from really getting any clear solution to this problem. And again, I do think that a lot of it has to do with distrust that's created by the fact that it's hard to enforce certain kinds of zoning ordinances on businesses, in particular in Norman. The track record that the city has for people who violate the zoning ordinance is not that they, yank their certificate of occupancy or anything. It's that they create a spud to legalize what they did. I mean, that's sort of what happened with Hollywood. That's what happened tonight. And that's the kind of attitude that creates a lot of distrust and makes it very easy for people to have tension in Norman. I think that's actually related to the kind of issue that the last gentleman was talking about. There is a fair amount of distrust in this town. I think it depends a lot on sort of who you are, what kinds of service you get from Norman. I haven't noticed the police had any problem with enforcing the law against poorer people in this town. I've watched a lot of video camera footage of that, as a matter of fact. So I don't think our problem is that we release too many poor people from jail or unhoused people from jail or anything like that. I think that's actually a little nuts. But I also think that there are things that happen in Norman that we're comfortable dealing with, and there are things that happen in Norman that we're not comfortable dealing with. And I think we need to get comfortable dealing with the stuff that's most important. And I think that involves things like making sure neighborhoods don't disintegrate and making sure that, we take care of all of our neighbors. So I think we all have some work to do. Hopefully we can move forward on that tonight. Thanks.
James Aiken? Jane Crumpley?
I want to thank the mayor for letting us spend the time for all of us to speak and ask questions. This is really important to those of us that live there. I'm sorry it's so late for all of you to be here, but it doesn't happen very often. But again, thank you for letting us, whether it went the way we had hoped it would go, but we all got to speak, and we really appreciate that. So thank you.
Odette Horton? Carlinda Gravel?
Mayor, Council, I'm Carlinda Gravel. I'm in Ward 4. I've been a resident of Norman for over 30 years. I was born in Norman. I grew up in Norman because my grandmother lived in Norman. I'm a resident and a business owner. And on February 26, 2023, at approximately 8 p.m., I had an intruder. All my lights were on and my doors were unlocked. It was just me and my daughter home. We heard a loud thud and thought it was a squirrel on the roof. My daughter looked out to see, and there was a man walking behind the stockade fence in the dead alley. We headed out there to let him know it's not a safe space, but immediately noticed the side fence. Oh my gosh, there was a man climbing over my fence. With my arm extended, "You can't be here, you have to stop. You have to stop now." He didn't leave. "No, you can't be here, you have to stop now." He remained. I persisted louder, I commanded, then demanded for him to leave. I loudly instructed my daughter to call 911, and he stayed right there where he was until we had been on the phone with dispatch for 5.5 minutes before he dropped himself off the fence. Do you know how long that feels like when you're standing there in front of someone frozen in fear, waiting to see and feel and think what to do next? Why didn't he leave? Was he contemplating if he could overtake 2 small females? Was he looking to see if I had a weapon? Was he debating what he had time to do before the police arrived? I walked over to where he had been, and there it was, the loud thud. A backpack, a large knife, and a flashlight. Dispatch stayed on the phone the 15.5 minutes it took for the officer to arrive. After inspecting the backpack and the garage, the officer informed me the intruder would probably be back. That to get his backpack, he wouldn't know the police had it. He would think I had it. What? Why? After viewing the content of the CC footage, I know now why. The officer also made it clear not to speak to any individual in my alley. The officer said it was too risky. He said that if they are having a mental health crisis or on drugs or alcohol, they could see me as a threat and harm me. That week's NPD Weekly Department Overview reported 3 aggravated assaults, 4 sexual assaults, and 0 murders. If things had unfolded differently, would we have become different statistics? 2 more aggravated assaults, 2 more rape victims, 2 murders for the week? A person fitting the description was seen again a few days later, going from house to house on Main Street, looking over backyard fences in the daytime. And then on February 27th, around midnight, I opened the door for my little dog to go potty and immediately slammed it shut. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you," a man yelled. He was just outside view of my porch light. He was yelling racial slurs and profanity as he continued to yell threats. I called 911 after the officer.
Chelsea Gravel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm Chelsea Gravel in Ward 4. I'm Carlinda Gravel's daughter. I'm a UX UI designer, and I've lived in Norman for 30 of my 31 years. This is my city, my stories, and my home. I've spent my life enjoying our beautiful city. I want to share a few more of our stories. I'm witnessing stories like these every day. On April 1st, I encountered an individual on Main Street, easily mistaken for a street pastor. Listening closely, he was screaming profanities as he walked towards me. My safety was being jeopardized. He turned and went to the other direction, past a man throwing up and continuing into the street, forcing cars to slow down. I witnessed as he forced a car to stop. The young girl driving was panic-stricken as a man pressed his nose against her window, screaming at her. On May 21st, just on Sunday, I witnessed an individual urinating on Main Street at the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office at 111 North Peters. I have video footage of this individual looking me in the eye while she did so. Many individuals are being tormented and struggling with a medical crisis in my neighborhood. It is not uncommon to see these for days, hearing yelling in the streets. The chronically homeless are using 10% of the 90% of our resources. They are not using what they can and helping others get off of the streets. I'm witnessing these behaviors just tormenting these individuals daily in my neighborhood. And these are only a few of the stories. My rights are being taken away. I no longer feel safe in Norman, in my neighborhood. I have given up running. I don't want to walk alone. And I don't dare go to a park at all. I find myself wondering, what does the future of my city, my safe Norman, look like? I don't feel safe. In my home, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe unless my gates are locked and I have mace on me 24/7. I don't do my yoga in my yard without my mace and my knife on me for fear that somebody else is going to come through my yard, because there wasn't one individual. There was a second one who ran first when I leaned out the window and just said there was a homeless man using the outlet to charge his device behind us. Thank you.
Diane Wheeler.
I'm Diane Wheeler, Ward 8, and I'm here on behalf of one of our very own downtown business owners here in Norman. She had a story to tell that she wanted to share, but due to her safety and privacy concerns for herself and her clients, she wanted to remain anonymous. And so with her permission, I said I would read her story. This was just this past Thursday, and I'm going to say it in her words. Thursday was the first time I saw him. He was on the sidewalk with a six-pack, 2 missing, and drinking one of them. Looking through the windows of the shops, talking to himself and yelling. I just watched as he cussed out the mannequins in the windows, feeling thankful for my locked shop doors. Friday morning, I had just opened the doors and all of my lights were still off as I was preparing for an early meeting. When my guest arrived, this individual followed through the door. Instinctively, I moved to place the counter between myself and the individual. The first words out of his mouth were simply, "I need vape," after being instructed that no products like that were available in this store and providing directions to another business that might be able to help him. He insisted that the shop must carry that product. He instructed that we purchase these items for him from another store. I began kindly requesting him that he leave my business. He looked around the store asking what he could have and demanding that I give him things. I persisted, asking him to leave, telling him I didn't have anything for him, and I eventually told him to help himself to as much of the free candy on the counter as he would like. Taking the candy and mumbling, he headed to the door, only to turn around and come back and demand money from both of us. I clarified that the store wasn't open yet, and there wasn't anything I could give him. He pressed that there had to be money here. I kindly pressed him back to leave the business once more. He took a step back, and he was telling us to go to the store across the street, to the ATM, or to my bank to get him money. I told him that wasn't going to happen, and he had to leave. He questioned what I had behind the register and talked about needing a battery for his cell phone. I confirmed there was nothing here for him, and he had to leave. My guest and I were both shaking when he walked out. Stopping to speak with someone in their car, he potentially was asking something of them. 10 minutes later, he came back by and proceeded to jerk on the door a few times. We shouted that we were closed. A couple of hours later, I could see he was back further down the street. "Please make Norman safe. I don't feel safe," she said.
Dan Munson. Did Dan leave? Luigi Polvani. Russell Rice. Russell leave. That is all.
Anything further from council?